Well,
starting while Reese continues to talk about Eberron.
Oh,
well,
God.
it's relevant for once. I mean, look, here's the map, and it's relevant. It's how Civis prevents a true and
Gonna
active
leave.
content. Okay.
Let's see if I can take better notes this time.
Oh, don't do it.
Incidentally, this is something minorly relevant. The current year is measured in how many years since Colbert was united under one king. And then that lasted for around 800 years, and then everyone fought 900 years, and then everyone fought each other during the last war. Anyway, all right. What happened last time?
Fuck, I don't know.
According to my notes,
I didn't. According to your great notes.
according to my great notes, password thruster. Sneaky. That's it.
All right, let me go ahead and shift us to a more relevant map.
We snuck through the woods and got to the shore.
All right,
That's about all I
so
We
remember.
killed a race of we killed a culture of goblins.
Yeah,
We did.
That was
last
fun.
time
We killed
picked up.
a group from that culture. We're not sure if it's the only. We didn't commit complete genocide.
You would be sure that it's not the only group. They would be one outcropping of the heirs of Deccan, which are it's. I feel bad about saying this, but basically humans came in and they did a colonization on Colbert, and these people are like the last remnants of the native culture who just want to kill everyone in order to put things back how they were. So many.
So we're down here right now, right?
That is correct. So let me just go ahead and. So you guys picked up last time from the ruins of the airship you crashed in the in the forest of Dargoon. You came up with looking at all the options. You decided to head south. Last time, you also took care of the Warforged and found a weird little manifest zone where weird little things happened. And then last time you went south, encountered a fortress of goblins. You killed them all, found a few magical artifacts that put many of you at unease, and had a bit more conversation with your respective docents, all of which you all have them.
Except Dorvik, because fuck Dorvik.
And then the group of you had continued to go south through the forest.
Encountered a tiger furry.
Oh my god! You encountered a variety of dangerous creatures, including a weretiger, and then
No,
there were
tiger
other.
furry.
We encountered a variety of dangerous creatures, including a furry.
Including a furry. You can't say it's wrong.
I
You
can't.
can't.
So you guys continued your way south. I glossed over it a bit, but I do just want to emphasize that things happened. It would have taken, what would it be? I think it was around a week for you to get all the way through these forests, and it wasn't just you walking through a forest like nice sunshine on my face. It was having to blaze your own trail, running into the territory of an owl bear and having to charm it and kind of back off, finding an unexpected river and having to ford it, seeing other groups of goblinoids. Yes, Tempest.
If we found an owl bear, Ro would have brought it with us.
Yes, absolutely. We
I
would
would
have
have tried
brought it.
to.
Ro would have tried to. The thing about owl bears is that they are fiercely territorial. So if you're in its space, it's trying to kill you, and it's not going to be like, oh, you want me to leave? But this is mine. So.
But
Regard.
counterpoint. Bird Jesus.
Okay, roll an animal handling check.
Yay. Is the DC 45?
Or is it with super disadvantage?
Just roll.
I would actually like to backtrack just a little bit and have a little bit of a summary of the things you did and a bit of rolling to figure out exactly how. Guidance, and then also your thing. Okay.
Even though
You
I
do
rolled
not-
a 5.
You did not run from the owl bear. It did not chase you out of its territory. Instead, you were able to talk to it and then help it realize that you weren't here to claim its land and kill its babies.
No, we're here to
which you
cuddle
didn't.
the baby.
which it did not let you see. You're simply passing through. The owlbear understands this. You offered to let it go along, and it just didn't understand what you were saying. The idea of leaving the territory of the owlbear just didn't, like, there's no possible world where that thing can happen to the owlbear.
Sure.
So you made your way across, encountered a rushing river. Tempest, what kind of thing would you do to help ford this intensely rushing river?
An intensely rushing river.
With everyone, not just yourself. I want to clarify.
Higher strength. I would say we could just fell a tree so that they could walk across.
I
Realistically.
mean, I could help.
That's a plan. You guys can do that.
I can turn into a crocodile and ferry people.
That would work.
We would have to go one at a time because it's a crocodile and not like a giant eagle. But, you know.
And how
Do
wide
you
is
like the
this
tree
river?
plan though?
It seems to be more of a deep river than a wide river. It's probably around 40 feet across.
It's going to take a long time to cut down a tree if it's 40 feet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tree that long.
And that big.
That
I
big.
would just go in there 10 feet and then some of my echo 30 feet across.
Just teleport across.
Yep.
Oh my god.
And just wave at everyone else, just like,
Fuck you.
I hope that when he goes that 10 feet in, it's like fucking Harry Potter and then Fury and then he gets like yoinked into the water.
You were able to go into the water, a couple feet. It's a very murky bottom. You can feel the river starting to as you're getting into the middle part of it, like the current starting to pull you away, and then boom, you're on the other side. Walk up out of the water.
Question though, given that things are lighter in water, could I realistically help help someone swim across?
It'd be a lot more challenging to pull someone through
it would.
Who would
a
you be helping to swim
tide.
across?
Not a tide, but
Kendall,
That
how
Russian
much
aid.
do you weigh?
I don't think I wrote that down. A lot.
In-
probably
Including
heavy
your
as
armor.
shit. Yeah.
Including your armor
with
and
heavy
everything.
armor, I think right now, yeah, like 260, 270.
Yeah, okay, no, that's not happening. Brom, how much do you weigh?
He's
You
already on
have
your
to
side.
speak up. I'm all the way across the river.
But we also have 4 companions. We've got Dorvik, the
Yeah.
snooty elf, the pregnant lady,
Take
and
the
then
snooty elf.
I
Unremarkable
completely
human.
forgot about them.
Take,
Mhm.
take Snoot.
They
take
were also
Snoot,
there for all of this.
Take Snooty elf.
In that case, I'll do the same thing. Go back across the river and hand them a rope, and then do the same thing, holding the other end of the rope to make a rope across the river.
I wild shape into a crocodile and I swim.
I don't think tightrope is gonna be
I think
the
I think if you did that, I like, because it's a rope that you're tying to something else and then trying to teleport across. Like,
Yeah, I think
the
he would
way
just
I would
leave the
imagine
rope.
that happening, if it was a rope that was like coiled up with you, part of your equipment, it would go with you because you're holding it. I think if it was tied to something else, it would wind up in your wife's arm.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it wouldn't travel with you.
What if we create a little zip line out of our ropes?
Yeah, I could shoot an arrow. We could shoot an arrow across to a tree.
And then you
make
can
a
go
zip
over
line.
and tie it.
Yep.
Because please don't zip line off of an arrow stuck in a tree.
No.
Yeah, exactly. No. I'd go across and tie it
No,
off.
tie it around the tree.
Thank you.
Do I have difficulty as a crocodile? Just cool.
Okay.
Then I'll just do that, and then I can tie it if you want. Unless, what does it cost you to teleport?
Nothing.
Okay, sure. Fucking do your thing then. do as you will. Use that shit all the time.
It's useful.
It is a free resource that I have that has no charges.
Hey, it costs movement.
It does cost 15
on a
feet
turn.
of movement, yes.
15 feet of it.
To go
So
an
don't get all
additional
fancy in your
30 feet.
pantsies there.
Yeah.
Zip line.
Yeah, so Brom, you'd be able to tie down the rope that's been shot across the chasm, and then probably Tempest would also be able to tie down the rope on the other side. Do you guys just want to use that to help. You'd be able to tie down the rope on either side. Do you want to tie it high up or tie it at the level of the river?
High up, or higher up at least. That way they have a little forward momentum.
So are you you want to zip line this?
Yes.
Kendall's saying no.
I'm shaking my head. I ain't saying shit, but I am shaking my head.
Yeah, Kendall, this is the only way you're getting fucking across. So you
I've
better go
got-
zip line it.
I've got
I
two
don't think
separate
so.
crowbars we could use as the thing to hold on to go.
I also have a crowbar I can give.
I just
So-
summon a club.
Based on the give, it feels like with this rope, some of you could make it. Kendall, wearing the heavy armor, is probably the only person who couldn't. You feel like the rope might snap.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we have Ro ferry her armor across.
Or just ferry her. A crocodile has decent strength, right?
Yeah,
Enough.
they do.
Is that the
This
plan?
is the stupidest
Ro could just
shit.
could ferry Kendall across completely.
All right. So is that
I
all right
don't
with
think I could.
everyone?
I don't think I could do it in her armor, but I could definitely do one or the other.
I'm gonna lose my shit.
All right. It costs you a bit of
Take
time.
10 minutes to take off the armor.
No, it's 5. We would help you. We wouldn't just leave you
Me-
there.
Meanwhile, Orc Boyo could just leap across the river.
Yeah.
He's not
No
at
one
the
needs
level
to
where he
call
can actually.
Dorvik out like that.
I don't think he can run across the water yet, but monks can do that.
Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
Also, he can step of the wind and double his jump.
Distance, which because he's a strength monk, would
Yeah,
actually let
exactly.
him go across the river.
He could just fucking eat himself.
All right. So with most of you are able to cross, you're able to pass the crowbars back and forth, and zip line across the river. You do have to ferry the crowbars back because the rope has to go downward for you to
Yeah.
actually have enough momentum to zip line down. But Ro is happy to do that in crocodile form, along with ferrying.
I could
Kendall and her
also
armor
help
across.
because, I can carry a crowbar across.
You can, yes. Tempest also is able to. Tempest would carry the crowbars back and forth. Ro would carry Kendall and her armor, perhaps in 1 or 2 trips. But you would be able to safely cross this very quickly rushing river. You would encounter other such dangers. If you found more groups of goblins, would you fight them or try and hide?
Probably try and hide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when you do come across another couple little outposts of goblins, you're able to, take a bit of time out of your day, sneak around, make sure you don't cause any trouble, and you do find another 2 goblin fortresses in a couple days later. But yeah, you don't find any more were tiger level threats or but any rakshasa.
Thank God.
Wait a second, I just realized, you got an 18 off of rolling a 5.
Correct.
That's some BS right there.
Yeah.
That's
That-
a
but-
plus,
but
it's
here's
a
the thing,
plus
here's the thing.
13.
Here's the thing, though. That's literally the best I can do on a roll, just shy of getting bardic inspiration, because that's everything I got. That's my guidance.
Okay.
That's my bonus for being mark of handling. That's the one thing that I'm proficient in. It ain't getting any better.
Add bard to party. Okay.
It could get 1 point better.
You're right. It could have been 19. Or it could have been much, much better if I hadn't rolled a fucking 5.
Would have been a 34?
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, could be.
All right.
Enough to
But-
let us have an owlbear companion, perhaps?
You
Hell
would
yeah.
have having crossed. You would have been. It's taken quite a bit of
A
time for you to get to
baby.
the coast, a full week, maybe a bit more. But you would be able eventually, after many harrowing river crossings and nights spent on edge for any kind of invading and following goblin troops or the like. It's a reasonable roll. You would eventually be able to make it to the coast near Torlac Bay. It was this peninsula? Wait. this peninsula?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this
I want to make sure it wasn't that peninsula. Okay. Make it to this peninsula.
I thought we decided it was, in fact, this.
I
No.
thought we did too.
Oh, we might have. I thought we
yeah.
said this one.
Oh, right,
No,
because it's going to be
yeah.
this one because you have the same chance of finding ships, but also it's faster to if you need.
Oh
to,
yeah,
if you did
yeah. I
find a ship.
remember now.
Yep.
Okay, this peninsula, and that after you get past the edge of the forest, there's a bit more of a open, rockier terrain where you would have to spend one final night. And come the morning, making your way haggard and tired and with enough food, thanks to some scavenging along with the rations that you brought with you.
And Goodberry.
But still looking rather the worse for wear. You would eventually come to Torlak Bay. It would be the four of you, as well as Dorvik, who looks a bit less worse for wear,
Because he's a douche.
clothing-wise. However, during the trip, you would notice that gradually, as the days went on, it seems like he was growing less and less talkative, more withdrawn, and he took to meditating whenever he had a chance.
It would also be noticed that Ro was not having a good time on their little camping expedition. Fucking sucks.
The druid
However-
doesn't like
Kendall is
camping.
incredibly nervous.
No, she's a noble. She doesn't do this shit.
Good point.
As well, your docents didn't, except for when you needed them. For example, trying to sneak past. Tempest likely would have asked her docent for some help, but besides that, it doesn't seem like they are being particularly talkative at the moment. Although, Kendall, you do get a message pretty much every morning of like, hey, please be safe. I would hate it if you died. This place worries me.
Fair enough.
As well as a whenever you encountered any danger, the brushing river, the goblins, a particularly low-hanging branch, just a little. Oh, okay, we're good. Whenever something
It's just me in real
even-
life.
even potentially dangerous came into your field of view from your pendant. But yes, a lot of you making out towards right here on the tip of Torlak Bay, and as you make your way towards the shore, you would see passing relatively close to Torlak Bay a ship. This ship appears to be a proper, probably 3, 4, or 5 decks, with 2 big old bright full sails, and a nicely, it's thin and then has a little oomph near the end for what looks like a bit more of a ornate captain's cabin. What do you guys want to do? You would all be fully rested.
I would have prepared Skywrite because that
Yes.
was what the goal was, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
What would you guys like me to say?
Help.
Help.
Definitely
Um,
not goblins. Need help.
Just help.
Is there can I throw up like the symbol of Valinor or something? Is there
You
a
can
crest?
also just start a fire.
You cause 10 words to form in a part of the sky you can see. The words appear to be made of cloud or remain in the place for the spell's duration, which is an hour. The dissipate in the sky ends. The strong wind can disperse the clouds early. Basically, up to 10
Just-
words.
Just help and then an arrow pointing at us.
Need a ride. We got rich guy.
Definitely not bad people need help.
Need help.
An arrow pointing at us.
Can I make an arrow out of characters? Like not an actual arrow, but like
We'll
the
say you're
line
using
and
the
then little-
Unicode typeset. So yeah, there
Gotcha,
would be
gotcha.
there would be a character for just an arrow downward.
Okay, that's what.
An emoji.
Oh, I was picturing
My
like
God, do you? No emojis.
An
There we go.
eggplant
Face and a
emoji.
whale.
Eggplant emoji.
an iwu.
Ooh,
Thruster.
Whoa.
Thruster.
Yeah, just so
Right.
they know.
So,
Just so they know.
need help with an arrow pointing towards you.
Yes.
After a few moments, you would see the boat lower its sails, kind of start to slow down, and it kind of slowly
As
making its way. Yes.
as we are waiting for it to head towards us, can I try and like see if there's any sort of symbols that I might recognize as like at all? If it's a trading vessel, if it's a pirate vessel.
Seeing it would, most flags do fly some nationality.
Okay.
So you could go ahead and make a. Actually, can I have all of you give me perception checks to take a look at the boat? And then it would be a Kindle. It would be a separate check to see if you recognize what the thing that's on it means. So someone could describe it to you.
Here.
Yay, starting off strong.
So. Okay, cool. So. Oof.
Oof.
We're rolling
God.
You'll suck.
hella low.
Well, you have guidance. You only rolled an 18. Wait. You also have much. No, actually, no. Tempest just rolled poorly. Okay. So as the ship kind of starts turning towards you, you can see that they appear to be
Changing
setting up
ice.
a rowboat to get pushed over the edge.
That's my boat, damn straight.
As it's kind of slowly making your way towards you, you would see that it is currently flying a flag. It is currently flying the. I don't actually have a description for this flag. Crap. Please let there be a description for this flag.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
Oh my god. I hate it.
Good. Good.
Revel in the pain.
Oh yes. Okay. You see a symbol of an open book with a crystal hanging above it.
What direction is the ship traveling again? To Valinor or to Zalargo?
It's traveling this way.
East or west? East.
Okay, good.
It is currently flying. The flag is a symbol of an open book with a crystal hanging over it. Kendall, you would recognize this flag from your experiences. It is the flag of Zilargo.
I would relay that.
And what
That's
does that
good.
mean, Kendall?
What does that mean?
Well, we just went over Zalargo. That's where we were running to, theoretically.
Yes, you would also know that one Zilargo is the place that has a bunch of gnomes. During the last war, they remained
That's right.
neutral, more or less. Basically, they were like they were the Switzerland of the last war. They negotiated themselves. They didn't fight with
Switzerland.
They didn't fight with weapons. They fought with words. They were the primary part of like negotiating, trying to get people to stop fighting each other, making sure they didn't have any big enemies. That's what you would know about it in particular, given your background. The other thing, Ro, that you would notice that looks very odd on this ship, as far as ship armaments are concerned, it's not infrequent to see ships with ballista and mangonel for ship-to-ship combat. This one appears to have several odd protuberances from the hull on either side of the ship. It looks like they've almost like poked little oars out that are just way too high.
Okay.
And slightly shiny.
Oh my god. God,
what?
Michael.
What?
Being a gnome nation, aren't most of their enemies big?
Yep.
And you can see the rowboat heading towards you appears to have two people in it at the moment. Someone rowing, and then another figure standing. Bit of a proper naval hat on his head.
Is he doing this?
Hold on.
No, his hat is doing that for him. It's like a tri-corner.
Onward.
So what do you guys want to do as this
shit.
rowboat comes
back.
towards the shore? Okay, we'll go ahead and pause for a second. We can have some preparation time. So as this rowboat comes towards the shore road, you want to describe what you saw to the others?
Of course.
Tempest would be making sure her HUD was pulled down.
Like
In such a way as to not necessarily look menacing, but to
hide.
hide.
Braun would stow his weapons. Seeing that he now has 2 double-bladed scimitars, are kind of forming an X on his back now. And the longbow is just kind of sitting at the back of his waist, just across his body. So it's
Pretty loaded up as far as weapons are concerned.
Yep. I'd also tell Celine,
Yes.
and her husband. I can't remember. I don't know where his name is, but Sloane and her husband to make sure
Tars
are stowed as well.
They nod and kind of tuck them into their belts.
All right.
Being an odd shape, or scimitars being an odd shape, you can't really have a sheath for them. So
they would have been practiced by this at this point. Kind of put it in the belt, having used them for less than combative purposes along the way, having to use them to cut down things in your way as you're forging a path. Dalen would kind of be standing there just looking exhausted, but also very relieved to see any sign of non-goblinoid civilization. Meanwhile, Dorvik is just meditating. He's been doing that pretty much whenever you haven't been moving.
Ro, she probably would have had her hair up while they were traveling, but she'll make sure that that's down and covering her mark.
All right. And then Kendall, what are you doing to prepare as the boat comes towards you?
I have my sword dismissed, but I'm ready to prepare it at any moment. Ready to summon it at any moment. Pretty much.
I accidentally closed my notes page. Okay. Meanwhile, Damp kind of just gives you a bit of a, just let me know if they turn out unnice, please.
Yes, I will.
Okay, great. So the rowboat kind of slowly pulls up to shore, and the person kind of climbs out, and he kind of pulls back his hat a bit. You can see it's a human man. It looks like he looks a little piratey, but not like too piratey. Like he's got the undone cloth shirt. You can see a bit of his,
God.
muscular.
It's a style. It's a style choice, not
It's a bit of a style choice, yeah. And you can see he's got an appropriate amount of stubble. Like it's not like he's growing a beard, but he's also not like cutting it too deep. A bit of a set face kind of looks out, and his skin is very tanned for all the time he spends out on the open seas. Yes.
Can you roll for hotness?
No. You
Someone
can,
else do
however,
it.
any one of you could roll for insight to see how hot he is.
I'll do it.
I'm not
Yeah,
doing
you're the
it.
one with the best insight here.
You do it.
It's an insight check because you're not looking at his external appearance. You're seeing how beautiful he is on the inside where it counts.
You're also seeing, kind of taking a quick look at him, that stubble, it's not, there's no way that he has like that regular a stubble. It looks like he doesn't shave, he shaves to a stubble.
Oh my god.
Like he doesn't want to grow a beard, but doesn't want to have a baby face, so he like keeps it at the appropriate length.
So just before 5 o'clock shadow, or just after 5 o'clock shadow?
After, like it's a few days, but like it's not like on his neck. Like you can
Okay,
tell that
gotcha.
he very carefully. It looks like he's shaved his neck, but like is leaving the stubble on his chin and such.
That's some precision skill.
Care has been taken to his appearance, and he kind of
What you're saying is he's pretty hot.
Or maybe he's making up for the fact that he's not naturally hot.
I need to know. It's important.
This is part of our roleplay experience, damn it.
I would.
he looks pretty hot.
Oh God.
Happy?
Ugh.
Yes.
Now to promptly make fun of him and tear down his self-esteem.
Hell yeah,
I
let's
just-
go.
Okay. All right. So he kind of steps up. Where are all of you in relation to the beach as he kind of pulls up his boat?
I will be in the front.
I mean, how
Where
far
I'm standing.
how far
Just-
away from the shore do you want to be?
10,
I
15
mean, we
feet?
kind of summoned him, so I'd say not far.
Yeah, 10,
Yeah.
15 feet, something like that.
So pretty close.
Close
and
enough.
I'd be standing by the
Probably
Salone
closer to
and
15, 20 feet,
Paul.
actually.
Tars, yeah.
I'll be right by Kendall.
Okay. And then so then Ronald's right next to the couple, both of whom they don't look suspicious. They mostly look relieved.
All right, yeah, I'd be standing behind them.
Okay.
So I can, yep.
And then Dorvik would be very slowly like getting up from behind all of you. And the captain of the dinghy kind of pushes up his hat a little bit so you can see his face and kind of looks out over a lot of you and goes, "So you're gonna need some help?"
Yes.
Yep.
Now, before I ask, how exactly did you wind up in this situation? Were you shipwrecked, escaped slaves? What's going on here?
Dorvik
Shipwrecked is a
forward.
good word.
Shipwrecked is a good word. An air
But-
shipwrecked.
Oh,
Yes.
those things. Now that he gets a bit of a smirk on his face. Now that is why sea travel is the safest option.
I highly doubt that, but okay.
Just completely straight-faced. Do you know how many people died? We
No.
were the only survivors.
Mhm.
The pilot perished.
Mhm.
All of the others perished.
Mhm.
Not really the thing to joke about.
Why not? It's not like they're here to care about it.
I have just murderous rage on my face at that point.
He's not pretty on the inside. You were wrong, Tempest.
Here.
I never said he was pretty on the inside.
I
Just-
told you how
just-
pretty he thought he was.
There we
Like,
go.
He has that confidence. So Kendall, how
No one
exactly
can-
are you attempting to intimidate this person?
I am just staring him the fuck down. After that, it's just went from me kind of joking around with him to just straight faced, like rage on my face.
You kind
No
of.
one
Yes, Tempest?
see it, but when he made the joke about the dead people, Tempest would have smirked a little bit.
No fuck.
Y'all are fuck faces. Hot damn.
Kendall's not.
Fucking kick his ass.
So he kind of glances around and he kind of looks back. So, how many folks we got here?
8?
Got-
I feel like 8.
Kind
8.
of looks
I don't know
over.
how
We
to
got the heavy armor. We've got.
No, it's 8 because there's 4 of us plus Dorbeck. That's 5 plus the 3 civilians. So.
Yeah.
I remember
And I-
counting this before because I was making fun of the fucking furry tiger for trying to attack us.
And after the captain glances around a bit, as Dorvik kind of slowly stands up, they lock eyes for a moment. And then you can see the captain kind of he's locks eyes with Dorvik and then just goes. He takes his hand, brings it up to his face, just kind of very slowly scratches his stubble, and then says straight to Dorvik, I did not expect to see you here.
Oh boy.
I just kind of narrow my eyes and look back at Dorvik.
And then Dorvik, still looking a little woozy, kind of like. And then the two, like basically, Dorvik very slowly walks forward on the sand.
Are they gay
Yes.
lovers?
Aw, no.
And they, when he reaches just close enough, the two of them give a big old bro hug.
Hey.
Bro
Basically,
hug.
you know, hug. Tempest, you can infer whatever you want.
I would like to roll an insight check on this hug.
Go ahead.
Oh my god.
You can try and stop us from wasting time, Reese, but the reality is we're gonna waste as much fucking time as we want.
They look like they haven't seen each other in a long time, and that they were important to each other. You don't pick up anything sexual in the hug.
Okay. Not
in the hug, at least. There doesn't seem to be anything sexual, at least. They basically exchange some pleasantries. The captain was basically being like, okay, actually, the captain, after releasing Dorvik from the hug, kind of like grabs him by the shoulders. Dorvik is, taller by about a head. Basically goes, well, where have you been? And Dorvik just kind of very tiredly goes, can I tell you on our way? And the captain goes, of course. And these are and he kind of, Dorvik nods and he goes, all right, everyone, let's go ahead and pile on and head back. We're headed over to our, kind of invites you to pile on the rowboat.
I wait for everyone else too, and then I.
Is everyone okay with getting the civilians? What is his name? Dalen just kind of. It looks like he almost like gives an exhausted run towards the boat, like kind of. He doesn't even stop to think about it. He's just like going. Tars and Salone both kind of give each other a wary glance, give Brahm a bit of a wary glance, but start heading forward as well.
I'll sit over by our civilians as far away as humanly possible from this fucknut of a fucking captain.
I sit directly next to Ro.
Damn straight, Kendall.
Yeah, nah.
We're in this together.
No fucking
This is
way.
a dick.
I make sure I sit close to the edge of the boat.
I just
Okay, and
imagine
then-
you doing like the backward scuba flip into the water if shit goes sour.
Exactly.
Like
And then
fucking
Brahm?
yeet.
Do not care where I sit.
All right, you are directed to a spot to even out the terrible ballast that's been left by all these folks sitting as far away from the captain as possible.
He's an asshole. What did you expect?
As you all are heading out towards the ship, at this point, all of you can see those odd protrusions from the hull. The captain kind of turns around and goes, well, I should probably properly introduce myself. My name is Kivik. Gladoman.
Kivik.
Indeed. I am the captain of the fair vessel headed to the Unsparing.
Wait, what?
He's Captain Kivik Gladoman, but he doesn't go by his last name that much. Captain Kivik of the Unsparing.
Kivik of the Unsparing.
The Unsparing is the name of the ship.
Okay.
Um,
It's kind of ironic, but okay.
of note, Tempest would have sat close enough to where she could try to overhear any conversation between the captain and Dorvik.
All right. Kivik kind of would continue his bit of a spiel by saying, yes, the Unsparing is the top of the line in naval security. We typically trade in important individuals who don't want any kind of wreck, either sea or air wreck to interpose with their travel, and those who are particularly worried about people who mean them ill. The Unsparing has not once had any piece of important cargo stolen or killed under its watch. After its watch, plenty, but not under its watch.
Fair enough.
Can I insight check that?
I
Go
would
ahead.
like to as well.
Yeah, let me do that spicy insight check. Bravo. Bravo.
And then you just casually roll a 25.
With guidance.
With guidance. So it's, you know.
You
So it
still
takes
rolled a
you-
25.
Takes you a bit longer, but I mean, he's not showing any signs of lying. It seems like he is, at the very least, very well practiced at this.
Mm-hmm.
As you head over towards the ship, I'll put the ship on screen.
Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Ooh, I like this.
Oh, hell yeah.
Courtesy of Tom Cartus. Okay.
Oh,
So
this
you
is
can
a
see that this
four-decker.
ship has,
Ooh.
they're definitely not cannons, as you can see from the lack of any kind of cannonball. What they are, though, is as you kind of get closer, you can see they appear to be long wooden stabs that have been wrapped in iron and set up with some kind of attachment to the hull, 3 on each side.
Okay, and this is only a triple decker, right?
Yes, there are
Okay.
3 levels.
This and this are the same level. It's just showing the inside of the captain's deck and inside of the other.
Yeah, there are 4 levels. It's just that the middle part of here is and the middle part of the middle part of there and the middle part of there. Those are the same place.
Gotcha. Okay.
This is the 4th deck. This is
Okay.
the inside of the. So everywhere on here, everywhere on this ship is on the same layer. This is higher, and this is higher.
Gotcha.
All right. So you all are kind of pulled up alongside, and you are able to disembark, and you can see a bustling crew, not necessarily a whole ton of people, but a pretty bustling crew. You would also notice as you're kind of heading in, these, in addition to the odd metal wrapped stabs, a very odd looking kind of protrusion from the end of the hull on the bottom of the ship. Kind of pulls a lot of you up on deck and kind of wipes his hands off and goes, well, welcome to the Unsparing. Currently, we are headed back to, okay, I'm going to shift back to the map so you know what he's talking about. Currently, we're headed back to Lazar. Although, where are you a lot headed? He asks, and Dalen is quick to chime in. Oh, could you drop me off at Valinor, please?
Fucking Dalen.
He kind of pauses and then, gestures to the 4 of you and Dorvik. Dorvik, incidentally, on the way over, was meditating and seems to be just kind of leaning against the edge of the balcony, eyes closed, not really paying attention a whole lot.
Can I insight check Dorvik to see if he seems more worried or more thoughtful?
Go ahead. So while Tempest is turning back to check on, oh yes, there is also the ballista on the back of the ship.
Oof.
So there are, in addition to, basically, there are these odd rods here, but there is also a pair of ballista mounted on the back of the ship.
Gotcha.
So while Tempest is taking a look back at Dorvik, what are the 3 of you as he kind of inquires as to where you're headed?
I'll speak up and tell him our initial goal was to get to Kibara.
Kabara,
but it
interesting.
seems that we have a secondary location being Valinar, at least to get this guy home, and a tertiary destination in the Northeast Islands.
Oh, back up in Lazar. Interesting. And I take it why are you headed to Kabara? Are you in the employ of Dorvik?
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Kendall kind of just like chuckles to herself at that, just a tiny bit.
Is there anything funny about that?
Isn't that horribly obvious? We're
That you're in the
in
employ of-
armor
Mhm.
and we're following Dorvik around.
Well, there are many reasons people in armor might be following Dorvik around. You could be here to arrest him or to kill him, or maybe you just happen to be in the same airship crash at the same time. I don't know.
Arrest him.
I'm assuming you know then?
Hmm?
I'm assuming you know Dorvik well enough?
Oh, I mean, fought in the war together. Pretty good friends.
Then you do know about Dorvik and the other stuff that he's got going on.
Oh, this is about his quest to find that. Wait, I know this. It was a tomb. No, it was a cave. Oh, he kept on. To be honest, I kind of tuned out whenever he started talking about it. What was it again?
To be honest, I did too.
Well, that's one thing.
To be
we have
honest,
in
Dorvik
common.
is standing right here.
And it was to find the the prophecy, or something to do with the prophecy.
And just to be honest about it, he's only ever half there whenever he's on a ship. Gets terribly seasick. I'm sure that he's putting all of his effort into not hawking his lunch over the side right now. You did have lunch, didn't you? Have you been fed and watered?
Well, we've been traveling for over a week in the jungle on the run from goblins who wanted to kill us. So you can use your inferencing skills to take from that what you will.
Indeed.
Well, let's break this down just a little bit.
Of course, sure.
So, yes, you've been on the run, but you also made it a week through the wilderness. So you had to have some source of food. And if you had some source of food, odds are lasting that long that you would have either had a renewable source of food or had enough to get to the shore. So I do think that you have been eating probably not well.
We have had lunch, thank you.
Now, would you prefer your cooking or Bless's cooking? It's our Bless is the resident surgeon and cook.
Because as we
And-
all know, the two go hand in hand.
Tempest
Who's
kind of
She also
perks up at the suggestion of more food.
She also experiments and dabbles a bit in alchemy, so it's always interesting whenever she tries out a new dish.
Oh God.
I want her cooking right now.
Yeah. no,
Tempest,
thank you.
as you kind of are looking over Dorvik, you can see that he does look somewhat pale, but he's also looked like he hasn't been. It looks like there's more than just seasickness going on with him. You're not sure what, but it's been going on for at least a little bit.
Okay. I kind of make a mental note that I want to ask him about it once and whatnot.
All right. Kivik kind of he turns around and yells some, loose the mainsails, let go the aft planks.
Okay.
And you can see that there are a good few sailormen, probably around 3 or 4 currently manning the sails, and one of them behind the wheel, who kind of loose the sails, get the ship moving again. Kivik kind of looks over a lot of you. Well, it seems like we should probably get you a proper tour of the ship, shouldn't we?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's not especially enthusiastic.
Sorry, I
Really?
just
Really?
you said her cooking and alchemy.
Oh yes, bless.
That's been on my mind for a while now.
Do you want to meet her?
Yes, please.
In due course, because we're going to go on the tour of my ship. I decided the order, and we're going to start at the top. Here, you can see our two lovely mainsails. The cloth they're carved of at actually.
Can I
Carved-
actively avoid whatever tour he's about to give and just stay on the top deck?
I am staying with Ro.
Like, can I call us some birds and have a conversation while he's doing whatever this
he
shit
he
is?
kind of slowly walks, like basically, if y'all are right here right now, he kind of slowly walks over towards the sail, kind of gesturing at it. How many of you actually follow him?
I
You
Oh,
do have
okay,
fun.
that's
You
that
guys
is
have fun.
more than I thought.
keep a mental note of things that look valuable.
Oh shit.
And I have nothing better to do right now, so
That's
I just
fair,
want
that's fair.
I want the food, and I want to talk to the alchemist, and apparently this is the only way out.
Fair enough.
All right.
This
He kind of
fucker.
walks over and he begins describing how these sails are cut from the finest cloth available in Lazar. Have been treated with pure with how, and all of the ropes have been treated with raptor grease in order to make sure that they are both slick in the wind and never fray. By raptor, he does mean dinosaurs.
Oh yeah, I got that.
I don't know
The
how I
fact-
could
the
possibly be
fact
more
that they are
disinterested than I am right now.
Slick is concerning, considering people climb on those all day as a job.
He actually, Kendall, you're kind of like overhearing this from your perch because he's
I'm
currently
just
like,
so
on the same
concerned.
deck. Can Braun as well, actually, and Tempest, but not Ro. Can you all give me investigation checks?
Oh my
yay, something I'm
God.
terribly bad
What the
at.
fuck? My rolls have been hot and garbage.
Good job, guys.
Okay. Tempest, the fact that the ropes are slick with dinosaur grease does worry you some. Like, that seems bad. Braum, that seems wrong. It also seems odd for him to be bragging about this cloth being cut in Lazar. It's entirely possible that nothing he's saying right now is accurate or even kind of true.
I'll ask him. You said dinosaur grease.
Why, yes.
Well, from my knowledge, dinosaurs are reptiles, and they don't really excrete grease. So did you kill them and
No,
get the
that's
grease from the meat?
that's the thing. They don't excrete grease, but you can take other forms of grease, rub it into their scales, and it comes out more binding thanks to picking up some of the the little bits that sleep off of their scales. We actually trade it pretty
I would
frequently
like to
with the
insight that.
Talenta halflings.
Yeah, I shout out over to him.
I would like
Wouldn't
to
greasing the
insight
ropes
that.
mean people fall off of them to their death?
Well, we don't grease the ropes people climb on. We grease the ropes that we just need to move up and down. That way they
Can
have
I
less
just-
I
resistance
pointed
against
the
wind.
rope. I pointed the rope he pointed at. I was like, that one you need to climb on.
Like
Yeah, actually,
Tempest,
he
can I do
pointed.
an insight
Basically,
check?
he the rope he gestured to was just a thin rope leading to the top.
Okay.
There is like a proper system of rigging that does not appear to have any kind of grease on it at all. Tempest, is this an insight check?
Yes.
Same thing with Ro. All right. So Ro kind of like sitting overhearing this and just getting a little skeptical. Ro, given your expertise of the animals, it sounds wrong. It doesn't sound right. It's not impossible that it's right, but it doesn't sound right. Tempest, you can kind of tell from how he's speaking, basically the fact that he didn't even pause to think. He just went straight from question to answer. He's just making it up.
I kind of cough under my breath and call him a liar.
Kind of. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. What did you say? Oh. Kind of.
If you're gonna brag about things that are actually factual.
Yes, well, it was both amusing and I think this is quite an odd twist to your three civilian friends. The three of them do seem like they just have no idea what's going on.
I just
Am I able to call any birds?
there's just a singular seagull.
Just generally speaking.
Give me an animal handling check. Give me a charisma animal handling check.
Bird
Fuck.
Jesus.
Why would you do this to me?
You're bird Jesus.
This is
It's
just to call
fine.
the birds.
You're bird Jesus. It's fine.
4 plus 2, 4.
Nice.
Damn.
Wait, your charisma's. Oh right, you have +2 charisma. Your proficiency bonus is +2 at 4th level.
Oh shit, you're right. Okay, so it's an 18. My bad. I goofed.
You are able to call down a couple seagulls.
Boing.
After a moment, Kivik kind of. All right. On to the interesting parts of this ship. I'm sure that you all, at the tip of your tongues, have been wondering, say, what are these odd metal-wrapped wooden things, haven't you?
No.
Sure.
Kind of. I'm assuming they do something with making big explosions.
Ro, if you do /GR, you can roll a check so that only you and I can see it. Please do so.
What role is that? Charisma? Animal handling?
/ whisper.
Yeah. There we go. All right. He kind of just kind of flows smoothly from the lackluster impression. Brom, you are in. It doesn't say Brom. Sorry, it doesn't know your name yet. You are indeed correct, my elven friend. These work on a very interesting principle. This is a version of an elemental galleon, which means we have on board a particular elemental who is able to power quite the interesting system that has not been found on any other ship. What this does is it uses the principle of the same wands you might find on the battlefield of the last war, and it picks it up a few notches. Essentially, we channel some magic through these very, very long stabs, and we cause. I'm sure you've heard of a certain spell called Shatter.
Yep.
These are able
Sure.
to essentially cast Shatter at a particularly long range, preferably directly upon an enemy ship's hull.
Good for you.
And Shatter does.
It
Well,
destroys.
it will
It destroys
create-
objects.
create a burst of thunder, breaking apart the hull of the ship and preferably sinking the entire crew that would seek to threaten us or our passengers.
Cool. Can I look for a dragon mark on him?
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Investigation check.
As Ro is over, kind of cawing lightly at some seagulls.
No.
Bro.
It rolled off of an 18 to a 2.
Oof.
Looking over, he does not appear to have one visible. Basically, he kind of points out those two particular things. I'm sure you all would be interested in kind of giving the place a look. We'll probably be heading over towards. He kind of pauses. Gives a bit of a sly look towards the elf and goes, "Not Brom, your elf buddy."
Too many elves.
There's
There's only two.
Dalen,
No, there's 3.
One.
There's 3.
That's too many.
She's a half elf.
It's
she's
still
a half
elf
elf.
features.
looks over
Not
towards
a-
Dalen and
He would
goes,
say half elf.
Valinar. And then onwards towards Kabara for a bit of a secondary detour. Now, I'm sure you will want some time to yourselves, and I think I'll go ahead and grab Dorvik and we can converse a bit in the captain's quarters. Kind of pauses and then walks over to like grab Dorvik from the rail. But on his way there, he's kind of pulled his hat back just a bit, and a seagull flying very low to the ground flies past, and there is an ominous bunch of white goop that lands right on the brim of his hat.
Thank you, Ro.
The seagulls then
I'm standing right
circle
next to
around
Ro, and I just give her a
land
pat on the back.
directly in front of Ro and kind of begin like lightly cawing.
I offer pets and food.
I just give Ro a big pat on the back. I didn't know what the
pauses.
fuck was going on until just now.
Takes the hat off, shakes it, rotates it, puts it back on.
Not even phased.
No, he's got
Yeah.
bird shit on the back of his hat. Cool.
He grabs Dorvik, turns to the lot of you, and just goes, "Please explore the ship to your heart's content. I'm sure any crew members will be welcome to answer any questions you have, and we'll make sure to get you set up with accommodations, likely in the VIP quarters, considering we're currently empty. Have a good journey. We should be arriving in Valinar Inn." Kind of looks up.
What a douche.
Day and a half.
Thanks.
He kind of escorts Dorvik back into his quarters.
Are you
Oh,
sure about
crap.
that one?
650 miles in a day and a half.
Yes. Now, why that is seems very odd.
We all just like look at each other like, what the fuck?
When you had previously discussed like how long it would take to get places, it did seem like unless you get pretty lucky, if you just hail a sailing ship, they travel at most around 5 miles an hour. However, it is known that the Randar elemental galleons, ships that are powered by elementals, can achieve
Oh, God.
consistent speeds of 10 miles per hour over sea.
I would walk over toward Ro and whisper in Primordial that I think we should try to listen in on whatever conversation Kivik and Dorvik are having.
Turn into a rat.
Also like to say good job to Ro, but also I've traveled with you long enough to know your tricks. That was you, right?
Also, the seagulls
yes.
landed directly in front
Yeah.
of her afterwards,
Of
so that
course.
was kind of
Right.
a little
There
obvious.
No,
there
that was
no
that was
effort in
great.
hiding that.
It was hilarious.
A little childish, but
But-
I know.
It
I
was
mean-
very good.
It was good.
He needed
but-
a little bit of
At the same time, I would be wary against doing such deeds again unless you want those. See, he doesn't seem like a man who would take kindly to a second affront. He may just turn those blasting sticks around and destroy your seagulls.
I will be cautious.
Yeah,
I don't think I need to do it again. I think that my point is made fine. But
I would hate to see you be demoralized because the pets you just asked to do something get destroyed.
well, they're not pets, but
Well,
yeah, I see what you
they
mean.
are
Companions.
living actual seagulls.
and
They're
pets aren't
seagulls.
living actual.
They're seagulls who require pets sometimes.
Yeah,
She kind of pets the birds.
but I'm gonna go get some food, and I'd like to check out that crystal.
Good luck.
You know,
Kind of under my breath, I am going to say in common, I don't know if we should be listening in because I'm sure that that's something that the captain would expect.
Just turn into a rat. It's fine.
He already fucking hates me, and I hate him. So
That's
how
fair.
many people are on this ship right now?
apparently it's empty, other than the crew.
Yeah,
that's
I
the
mean the
thing, but
crew.
who's the crew? Right now on the deck, you can see there are currently 3 people, an assortment of humans and half elves. manning the sails, along with a another human. No, sorry, along with a this. As you kind of glance around, you wouldn't have had cause to look at who's piloting the ship. Besides, maybe you would have. Anyway, the odd thing is that the person currently piloting the ship. Sorry, he's also a human, kind of putting the wheel back and forth, making sure everything is a-okay.
Outside of Dorvik's chambers, or outside of Kivik's chambers, wherever he took Dorvik, is there anything interesting that I think it wouldn't seem suspicious for me to be hanging around and looking at?
Is this just in the top deck?
Yeah,
And near Dorvik's study?
yeah.
There's the rigging and the mast. Given your skills at sneakalage, I'm not going to make a check for this. Something that does kind of, you see these things right here, these little grates that allow for breathing room, appear to lead down towards the ship, and they're also right next to the very interesting looking ballista.
I would go and try to listen in on conversation.
All right.
I'll go for a quick guidance, and then I'm gonna follow Brom.
I would also add, or I'm not sure if we're going to be watched on this ship. Well, as we're heavily armed people. He seemed to like Dorvik enough. But if you are going to listen in or do anything sneaky, I'd avoid using that guidance spell in direct line of sight of these people, or the people on the ship.
You are in very clear line of sight, and guidance would be a.
Or unless you can do it quietly or
I
subtly.
can't. It's got verbal and somatic components, so I just won't do it, I guess.
But I just don't want to, until we know more about this captain, or until, everything seems fine, I don't want to cause room for more suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna go get some food.
Do it.
All right. So you're going to head below decks?
Yes.
All right. So we'll get to that in a moment. And then Ro and Kendall, what are you guys doing?
I was going with Brom.
You're going with Brom, okay? And then Kendall?
I'm just gonna kind of explore around. I'm going to be. I'm just out of curiosity. Do I recognize any of these people from my time in the specifically Kevik, but also anyone else on the ship?
Given, let's see. I'm thinking this through. Looking around, you do not,
Okay.
but that's not to be like unexpected.
Yeah.
Given where you served, you didn't meet a whole lot of people who were sailors, and also a whole lot of people fought in the last war. And
Yeah.
if Dorvik and this guy fought together, they would have been fighting on a completely different front.
Yeah.
So you just want to poke around the top deck?
Yeah, just gotta see what's going on.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and go. We'll go ahead and do Brahmin row first. So as you guys head below decks, you can see that there are, as you kind of head down, you can see that there's a group of tables set up here, and there is currently a. Ooh, would you guys have ever seen someone like this before?
Huh?
No, actually, neither of you would have. Oh, no, Brom, you probably would have at least heard of these people if you hadn't ever actually seen them. But Ro, you would see an entirely odd-looking humanoid, like reptile person,
Okay.
sitting at a table, very calmly taking bites out of this odd cake-like thing, kind of chewing it in his mouth and kind of humbling. Brahm, you would likely recognize this as a lizard folk. I don't know whether or not you would have seen one before. But you would know that they are found in Kabara.
Okay. And that's the place we're heading to, right?
Yes. Actually, can I go and give me a history check?
Yes. Yay.
All right. So you would recognize this as being a lizard folk. They're found in the jungle of Kabara. And another, it's pretty close to Valinor, so it's something that you would have heard about. And actually, you would have seen a lizard folk during your time in Valinor. Also found in the jungles of Kabara are the elves. Their current understanding is that they are a odd variety of lizard folk that call themselves dragonborn, that have the capacity to breathe different elemental weapons. In any event, you would see him sitting there, and as you continue down directly to your left, you'd see a odd kitchen, looks like, with a person currently in it, kind of glancing from stovetop to stovetop, kind of mixing in a few different ingredients. The odd thing about this person is that they appear to be a giant turtle.
Oh.
Like, is it a turtle?
It is a turtle.
I don't know what a turtle is. Okay.
No, you guys wouldn't have. This is the kind of thing that like people haven't seen. Like turtles aren't just things that are around. Like even normal. Like it's probably looking at it like, oh wow, must be from Zendrick where there are so many weird things. This turtle kind of appears to be mixing together some food along with a bit of a brewing stand that's also set up like in the kitchen, bubbling under some burners.
All right. Are
How
you,
do you guys? Yes.
are you Bell?
She kind of.
Or are you Dorking?
Bless.
Bless.
Yes. Bless.
Bless.
What
I don't
can
know
I
why
do
I
for
put
you?
Bell.
Play too much Animal
I
Crossing.
yeah.
You hungry?
No. Yes, particularly for one of those weird creations that the captain dude was Zen or whatever his name was, Kivik
Kivik.
was talking about. He said you're an alchemist.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Someone new, someone new. She kind
God.
of puts away a few utensils. Oh yes, just give me a few moments to get it together.
I'm
Takes one of the
concerned.
potions that's brewing,
Glad I'm
and
not
kind of
down
very
there.
lightly dips it into one of the pots she has currently set up. Kind of, all right. Stirs it a bit. Bro, what are you doing while she's preparing something for Brahm?
Leave.
I'm just kind of chilling. I mean, if I recognize any of the ingredients, I'd like to. Yeah, that's what I'll look at. I mean,
Nature check.
she would have walked in, saw the lizard folk dragonborn, been like, "Don't stare, don't stare, don't stare,"
While staring the entire
while
time.
staring the entire time.
This person,
so.
they have a scaly tail with green scales, and almost crocodile-like teeth and a snout.
That's really cool.
Oh, that's your check for that.
Yeah.
You recognize a couple like things that from the cooking part of it, but the alchemy just kind of
For sure.
they've been brewed to the point where you can't tell exactly what's going into them.
And could I make an alchemist tools check?
You can.
All right, that's the thing. So it'd be what check would that be?
Intelligence.
Intelligence. Okay, so I'll just roll investigation because I have proficiency in alchemist tools and investigation. So it'd be the same with my alchemist set.
You're good. Um, they do appear quite odd to you. They aren't like potions. They don't look like they're meant to be like, glub, 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 I'm stronger now. Given how and she doesn't seem to be actively brewing them. She has them simmering. It looks like they're just being kept ready. And from how she's treating them, she takes one off, puts it into a pan that's under heat, and then she grabs another little powder that she kind of sprinkles in. And you're not going to be able to see what goes on, but she does appear to toss in a couple more ingredients, and then in just like less than a minute, just a few seconds really, she kind of swings her turtly head up towards and goes, "Quick, take a seat."
Okay, yeah, I'll take a seat. Is
sit
next to this lizard folk?
At the same table?
Yeah, is this fine?
Perfectly. She kind of takes a little wooden plate, sets it in front of you, and takes her pan and just kind of slams it onto the plate. Give it a moment to set, and she kind of hands you a somewhat crudely made, but still passable, metal fork, and then kind of sits there and waits for a moment, and then grabs the pan and kind of lifts it up, and you can see whatever she's done to this. It looks like now there is some type of bread or cake that has many different layers. The bottom one is this kind of brown cakey look, and then there's one that's green, and then blue, and then the top is like velvety red, and on top of that is this odd, it's foamy, but not like swirling like whipped cream. It also slightly starts to like fall off the edges as it sits there. It's white, and it's best comparable to cream, like whipped cream, in that it like sits there as a bit of a foam, or shaving cream, in consistency. But it just kind of slowly starts sliding off the edge of this. There's probably around an inch of it on top of this cake bread multicolored thing. And she kind of stands there holding the pan, eagerly waiting for you to eat.
Ro, would you like to eat as well?
I'm fine. You enjoy.
All right, then I'll just go at it.
You gonna take a bite?
Yep.
Are you or are you not getting some of that cream in there?
I'm
Oh.
getting everything in one.
Everything in getting in
fork.
a slice of everything. All right.
Yep.
And you take a bite. Meanwhile, up with Tempest.
Oh,
Oh God.
I'm hanging on by my fingertips, Reese.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of have made your way up towards this little grate in the ballista.
Yes.
The only person currently up here is the person who is piloting the ship.
Okay.
He's piloting the ship.
What I would like to do
Yes.
is I would like to investigate like the underside of the ballista by laying on top of the grate.
And just kind of like taking a look at it and such.
Yeah.
All right. Give me a stealth check. Would it be a stealth check? Yeah, it would be a stealth check. And do you want to use your ambush?
Yes.
believe-
Fuck. What time of day is it?
Not yet lunchtime, but past breakfast.
Whatever. I'll use the D6.
Probably just a couple minutes past second breakfast, before tea time.
You're helpful, Reese.
19.
Because those times are subjective.
Because Tempest actually has lived a life of luxury in which she gets to eat that often.
Oh.
Look, Hobbit meal times are a great way of breaking up the day.
No, they're not. They are subjective. They are not a set time.
If I tell you it's around first breakfast, it's pretty morning. If I say it's afternoon tea, it's like 3 to 5 o'clock.
See,
No,
Hobbit
we don't
times.
know that.
Hobbit times are not subjective, but times for breakfast for everyone else, it's very subjective. Now,
Yeah,
had breakfast
I usually eat
just at 3
breakfast at
o'clock.
like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah,
so-
it's very
So
subjective.
Tempest, you're kind of you had a 19, so you are able to look like you're doing what you're trying to do. Now give me a perception check.
Please
This
be
is a
better.
difficult task. It does require 2 checks.
Oh,
Son of a bitch.
There's a lot of waves crashing,
Yeah.
and there are several noises coming from below.
Yeah.
You are able to make out snippets of conversation.
Okay.
And especially whale, not any words that mean anything. Like you can hear like, the and how and like a few snippets of words, but you're able to very much pick up tone. Despite the sound of the crashing waves and hearing some kind of like very light whooshing sound from beneath you, it sounds like Dorvik is he sounds tired and defensive, while Kivik is very much like aggressively concerned.
Okay. And once I realized I wasn't really going to get much out of listening in, but also once I felt like I was down there long enough to make whoever's piloting the ship think I'm actually looking at the
Mm-hmm.
ballista, I go talk to the person piloting the ship.
All right. In the meantime, Kendall.
Yeah.
So you're just kind of looking around for interesting things, investigating vaguely
Just
on
kind of generally wandering around.
All right. So I'll just go ahead and describe a few. You can see those siege stabs. I don't have a good name for them yet. Thunder guns, I guess, have been set up in some kind of.
It's awful. It's awful.
welcome to the Thunder Gun, bitch.
All right. I can come up with worse names. Do you want a worse name?
They're
Call 'em
called the
thrusters.
thrusters. Damn it!
No, thunder rods.
Oh no.
Okay. See,
Thruster
see.
rods.
Rod of
So they're set up in. Basically, they're kind of set down to the deck. It looks like you can maneuver them slightly, but not extremely. They have some kind of. They appear to be somehow like it looks like almost like magical wiring going down into the hull, and they're set. They aren't like on wheels. They're set like held up by a bunch of different ropes. They're left free to swing. Let's see what else. In this little front cabin up here, there are a variety of different stores. It looks like this is used to store things that will be like urgently needed if coming into combat. Like you can see that there are crossbows set up in the wall as a bit of a small armory, as well as hand-to-hand weapons in there. If you were to, would you want to investigate the downstairs any?
Yeah. I'll go down there after I've sufficiently explored the upstairs.
Yeah, so the upstairs, you've been on a boat before. Like you've been on vaguely military vessels. You would recognize, the ballistas. They usually have something else up front here. It looks like there used to be something mounted up front that got taken out. Sorry, up on here.
Yeah.
Going downstairs, going past Brahm, who is about to put that slice of mystery, what the heck is that in his mouth?
I just speed walk past that.
Speed walk right past. There are a few
Oh,
other
hey,
rooms
Kendall,
over here.
you want to take a bite of this? No?
Nope.
Okay, bye.
And as you head downstairs, you can see that this door is made of metal as opposed to the other doors, which are kind of like, wood, like doors should be made of. as well as down here having a bit of stowage. Right now, in there is mostly ballast, so just empty weight, as well as something that is very good to know: the location of the water closets.
Great, thanks.
As well, there you would see someone down there. These right here, they appear to be equipment racks for various things. And after a moment of being down there, a tiefling woman kind of steps out from this door right here, very closely closes it behind her, turns, and then when she sees you, basically jumps, like her tail straightens straight out like a surprised cat. You can see her shake and just she jumps probably a good foot in the air, letting out a bit of she lets out a squeal or a shriek, but when she makes that noise of surprise, you just instinctively reach for a weapon.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Do you actually summon your weapon?
No, I think her
Okay.
reflexes are fast enough to realize that this isn't a threat.
Yeah, so you it's not even that like you think that she's going to hurt you, but hearing that noise just makes you feel for just a moment this my life is in danger fear that you don't usually feel that kind of fear when someone surprises you or someone reacts to you with surprise, but in this case for whatever reason you do feel that inordinate amount of my life's in danger.
Hmm.
After a moment she's like, who are you?
Uh, I'm a friend of Kivik. We were shipwrecked a little bit, and he helped us out.
Oh, you're coming on from the okay. So,
Sorry, I was exploring.
after she's calmed down a moment, you can see that she has a pair of some type of goggle around her head, as well as some what looks like leather-ish armor with a few trinkets and like wrenches and such typical, artificery gear.
Oh God.
Any chance he fucking gets, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
She kind of, well, welcome to the bottom of the ship. The water closets are over there. If you need any sand, we have some over in the ballast section, and I'm going to be going this way now. And she reaches out, unlocks the door. Can you look the other way, real quick, so I can
Sure. I turn around slowly.
She very quickly, you can hear her open the door and then close the door very quickly afterwards. And then you hear it lock, and then lock again, and then lock again. It seems there are 3 locks on this door.
Okay.
They really don't want people getting in that room.
Yeah. I think Kendall just goes, I don't think she goes back up, but I think she leans up against one of the walls and just has
Does
a
she just,
little
like-
freak out.
Damp would say, that person was dangerous.
Probably not.
Why not? You thought they were dangerous.
People like them are dangerous. Not doesn't mean they are.
Oh, no. Gonna say, let's keep that from being racist here.
Damp just kind of goes, Could you, do you,
What?
should we stay away from her? Or should we try and keep our enemies closer? No, that's a bad idea. That's probably
She's
one
not-
of the worst ideas I've ever heard of.
Yeah, she's not an enemy. She is a friend. She is fine.
Sounds like you're trying to convince yourself of that.
Shut up. You're not there.
Alyssa's looking in like,
No, yeah, she is trying to convince herself, but also you're not there.
poor Kendall. She's got PTSD.
I mean, Kendall has.
Do any of our characters
Good
not have PTSD?
No.
Mine doesn't. Like, yo,
Don't worry, I'm working on it.
Damn it.
I'm working on it.
Meanwhile, up with Brom and Ro. Brom, you take that bite.
About time. This is the longest bite I've ever taken.
Yeah, I like to imagine everything goes in slow mo while we jump. He's still like,
And then Kendall like very quickly rushes by.
Just speed walks.
Brom, you can eat normally. It's fine. No one's gonna take it from you.
Oh, sorry. No, it's cooler if it's in slow motion. Like
Okay.
everything in slow motion is cooler.
All right, I'll just watch then. You go on.
Like running in slow motion.
So you take a bite, and the first thing you notice is like you don't know exactly what to think. Like it's not bad. There are just a lot of different tastes in your mouth. But the thing that's really off-putting, and that it didn't feel that way, but all of the different layers of the cake have a different texture. Like the brown one is, like vaguely firm, but the red velvety one, it just kind of melts away. And the green one is almost a little crunchy, and it's not nice.
Yeah, so just modern desserts, but it's just bad.
Reese, is it a burger?
Is it a burger? Is it a burger?
Yeah, guys, it is.
It's a burger.
It's
Nice.
a deconstructed
It would really
burger.
make sense if it was. I didn't even think about it.
Oh, you said the red one. I thought ketchup, and then the green one was lettuce.
That's what it is.
And then the
See,
brown
I
one
got-
was the
It is
brown.
absolutely a burger.
I got pickles from the green one.
The green one.
Either way.
Okay, you were able to kind of sort through it for a bit. That creamy stuff that went on top.
Hollandaise sauce.
Mayonnaise.
Tangs slightly. Essentially, yes. This is a oddly it feels like a deconstructed, reconstructed, we'll say burger. It's not a commonly known food in Eberron, but to convey it to the players quite easily, it tastes like a burger, where these different textures and then the first time you eat it, it's just like, but by the time you swallow that bite, you're like, that may have been good.
I will take another bite then, apprehensively. I gotta figure out what this taste is. I have to. Ro, you should definitely try this.
I think I will
It's
pass
so
this time.
good.
So you take another bite, and this time
hesitation when you said that makes me think that it's not.
you're more ready for it, and it is good. Like somehow all of these different weird textures and tastes and flavors, they come together in a way that's good.
Trust me, Ro. The more you eat, the better it gets. It's kind of like alcohol. The more the first couple drinks, ugh, but the more you drink, the better the flavor. So
That's the exact reason why I've never enjoyed alcohol. You can go ahead and
then I will finish it.
please do.
As you go ahead and start to take your third bite, can you give me a Constitution saving throw?
It is alcohol.
It's an alcoholic burger.
No.
9.
As you go to eat it, you can feel your stomach rumble a bit. And Ro, you would hear Halo kind of very briefly and a bit oddly say to you, just he
I immediately move.
Am I feeling that regurgitative air feeling, or am I feeling the rumbling of the lower bowels?
Hey, are you all right?
I don't know. It's so there's something. I gotta wait and see.
it doesn't feel either way. It just feels unsettling. Like it feels like something is moving around in your stomach.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh
Briefly.
boy. Oh no. Oh no.
You just
Oh
ate a
no.
parasite.
Oh
Bless.
no.
Oh, what's in this?
Oh.
Is there a
What's
living
going on?
creature in this?
I shouldn't. 1 second. She kind of slowly counts on her fingers.
Oh Jesus.
It's still good. It's really good. It's just I feel something squirming down there.
Oh god.
Oh, no. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. It's just it needs some time to dissolve.
Oh,
This,
okay.
I've calibrated this. The humanoid stomach acids are strong enough. It shouldn't last more than a couple of minutes. Just give it some time.
A couple what?
All right.
Minutes.
Okay, I thought you
Then
said
I will
days.
continue
I
to
was
eat.
like, excuse me.
I will continue to eat the food. I'll finish the plate that she gave me. Well, you don't let it go to waste. So this is the first actual cooking that we've had. The
She,
first real meal.
as you take that third bite, she just like, you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's really good if I could get past the squirminess.
I'll work on that.
Yeah,
It'll get
make
better.
it a quicker dissolve time. Maybe possibly when you start chewing it, it starts dissolving, or when you're swallowing it, it dissolves.
Ooh, but
Just not in the
isn't.
stomach because that's unsettling.
I thought that was
The taste is good. The taste is
Okay.
good. It's just
But-
that squirming. If it can dissolve in the mouth or down the throat, it'll be a lot better.
But isn't that the best part? Isn't like because normal food you just eat and it's dead and it's dead and then it's dead. Here you eat it and it's dead and it's dead and then it's alive and you can feel the life.
Jesus.
Oh, you're designing this to be like that.
I mean, wouldn't
Gotcha.
you?
Sure. No.
No?
No, I wouldn't.
No, okay.
No, I don't have the constitution of a turtle.
Oh, we're called turtles.
Oh, yeah, I don't have the constitution of or the stomach of a turtle. Perhaps dwarves might like this. They might find it a challenge.
Okay.
But food is food, so I enjoyed it.
All right. Give me just a second. She kind of reaches into her pouch and pulls out just a little vial. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this to you real quick. And then. Wrong button. She kind of she pulls a little vial out and sets it next to you, and then goes, "All right, I'm just going to go ahead and give that to you real quick, and then the next time, in about a minute, you should feel another grumbling in your stomach. Go ahead and give that a little drink when you start feeling that, okay? And it should help out a little bit.
Cool.
Yes.
Perhaps if you could make this vial a time release inside the food.
No, but that's I can only have one of the vials at a time. She kind of sprinkles a little in there and then hands it over to you. That's not supposed to be with the food. It's a little special concoction of mine.
Oh, okay. And then I'll take another bite. I'm gonna finish
You
this
finish
off
it up?
because it's literally the first good or actual meal that we've had.
Yeah, I was gonna
outside
say,
of the jungle.
don't fucking.
I'm not gonna
don't
waste
say
it.
Good.
It tastes good, okay? It tastes good, but it's just the squirmy effect is weird. But yes, it's the first actual food that's been cooked outside of the jungle. I kind of want some real food, so I'm just gonna finish it off. Just down it all,
All right.
like speed eater type.
Quickly as you can.
Yep.
Around a minute after you finish it, you can feel it rumbling again.
And
Do you
I'll
wanna-
take the concoction.
All right, you down the concoction. Go ahead and give me another Constitution saving throw, but thanks to the resistance potion, you get to add a D4. Right? That's what that does? Yeah. Do you know why it was a resistance potion? It's because she has one level in Artificer.
Oh my God.
Jesus
it's not-
Christ!
She's an alchemist.
It's not rolling the D4. There it is.
You're able, basically,
God
you
damn it.
So
with the
13.
potion down, you can feel it rumble a bit and then set.
Oh, that was enjoyable.
Bro, did it seem enjoyable to you?
None of that process seemed enjoyable, but I'm also not the one who ate it, so
You should have. It was good.
That hesitation before you say that every single time really makes me think it will.
Well, it tasted good, so I can't say it wasn't good. But it was also not pleasant, so I can't say it was good. So it was good.
Upstairs, Tempest. You said you wanted to talk to the person at the wheel.
Yes.
All right.
Slowly approach them and like look out over the waves for a minute and see if they said anything first.
As you kind of approach them, and they're kind of at the wheel.
Oh, not really looking at them though, because again, I'm not trying to show my face.
Got it. So you're kind of standing there ominously.
No, more like, you know, when you're having a conversation with someone while you're looking like at scenery or whatever, so you're not directly looking at them, but
So standing
You're
there
like-
like friendly-ish.
yeah,
Like a hey kind of look. He
yeah.
kind of, after a moment, just goes, "Hey,
How long have you been on this boat?
ah, ever since I've give me a moment to check my notes." Well, 2 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
Not too long, but a decent amount of time.
Mhm.
How's the food on here?
It depends if Blessed if I decides to sneak one of her new things in the food. Most of the time, she's pretty good.
Am I gonna get poisoned?
No, it's just unpleasant. She likes messing around with new stuff, like food that wiggles in your mouth, or in your throat, or in your stomach, or after your stomach.
That's good to know.
Yeah. It's not like deadly, it's just really uncomfortable.
I can imagine.
Yeah. We always elect someone to try her, or we serve it to everyone just to make sure she didn't try anything weird.
Do you enjoy working on the boat?
I've been doing it for 2 years, yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Sit in.
A moment ago.
Yeah. You're cutting out just a little bit.
3 a moment ago, and then you said 2.
Oh, he said 2.
He's been consistent on saying 2.
Yeah, he said 2.
Sorry. Yeah. So where can I find this blessed person?
Oh, she's below decks. She's the giant turtle lady.
A turtle.
Oh, turtle. Sorry. Yeah, apparently there's more of them in Zendrick.
Oh. Good to know. Good to know.
I think so.
Well, thank you. I'm going to go look for some food. And then I wander off.
Okay. All right, so you wander off. Bro, while you're kind of downstairs taking a look at what's going on with Rom, you can feel Halo. Halo hasn't been around recently. Like, he hasn't been saying a whole lot. The most recent thing he said was this odd request for, like, does someone need healing, but choppy a little bit. And now you can feel Halo basically being like, imagine the Windows starting jingle. Basically waking up and then asking you, what happens to mortals after they die?
I'll just respond mentally. A lot of people think a lot of different things. I personally think that there's a place that they go to live another permanent but better life. But not everyone believes that.
So, if people die, they get better?
No one knows for sure. People believe different things, but most people who have died don't come back. And I think that even if it's an easier life, it's not going to be as good as the one you can live here in the real world, in the normal.
And then you can feel Halo receding.
Bitch.
It seems like he is lost in thought about something.
Bitch. He pops in, says a quick thing, and leaves.
You're gonna turn Halo into a murderer.
I do what I must.
Cool. Murder, cool.
Turned her into where?
Oh God.
Let's kill stuff. Let's heal them by killing them.
And Ware's like, we must not shed innocent blood, and everyone's innocent in a way. All right, so what else do you guys do? So Kendall, you're downstairs chilling. Rowan and Brom are in the eatery, and then Tempest, you're also headed downstairs to the eatery.
Yes.
All right. Actually, around this moment, you would all feel a bit of a. Actually, Kendall, you would see someone kind of running downstairs and kind of knocking on the door before glancing at you, and then the person incidentally.
I just turn.
The person knocking on the door is a. Frick. What is it?
He's a frick.
Is a dwarf woman, and she kind of whisper, like, says something through the door you can't quite make out. And then a few minutes later, all of you would feel a bit of a jump, maybe a bit of a kick. It almost feels like the ship has been hit by something.
Oh joy.
I just stand up and summon my sword instantly.
I need to go to the water closet. I need to go to the water closet.
Oh god. I get up and get ready to go above.
Of
Yeah.
note, like, Bless is still there just cooking. Lizardfolk guys is kind of, it looks like he's taking a nap.
Oh my god.
Is everyone going to rush up to the top deck?
No, if it
Water
looks like
closet.
Bless
Yeah,
isn't.
I'm staying there and trying to see if people are like here, if people are running around, or if it's just quiet to see what's going on.
I'm gonna say, what was that? What's happening?
Bless just kind of. Oh,
I'm sorry. I think that.
What'd you say?
I said I'm sorry. I think that was me. My stomach is still.
Bless goes, ooh.
I'm gonna take a visit to the water closet.
Oh yes, just downstairs.
Yep.
No, that was just the engines kicking on.
The engine.
Yeah. She doesn't offer any elaboration.
Alright, just making sure. I'm just slowly gonna sit back down and then check on Egbert. How's he doing?
You check on Egbert, and you, as you kind of reach in and touch the egg, you can feel the egg jitter for just a moment.
He's getting there.
All right, Brom, you kind of rush downstairs, and you see Kendall, weapon out, looking concerned.
She's fighting for use of the water closet.
You can also, Kendall, Damp says, what happened?
I don't know.
You can
Brom.
stow your weapon, Kendall. That was just me. I tried one of Bless's
I truly
cooking,
doubt
and I
that
need to go to the bathroom
I truly
now.
doubt that was you, but go ahead.
Move from the door.
I'm not standing near the door.
You're able to quickly go to into the door, and we'll go ahead and fade to black on that.
I don't have to use the bathroom. I'm just getting down in the bathroom away from the weird cooking.
Fair enough.
Puke it up. Puke it up.
Yeah, I'll probably vomit it up at that time though.
Kendall,
Larg.
guess looking around at the lack of panic and you don't hear anything, you would be it's reasonable to say that things are okay.
Okay. This time I am gonna keep my sword out and just kind of have it just at my side. I tuck it into my belt a little bit, just in case.
After another moment, you can hear the door locks unlocking, and then that tiefling woman kind of like opening the door, closing it, turning around, and then jumping as she sees you, and then like glances at your sword and just goes,
Yes.
"Is everything like?"
I didn't know what the fuck that noise was, so I got concerned.
Oh, sorry. I just activated the propellants.
I'm gonna
It
pretend I
uses-
know what that is and say
it
okay.
uses- the ship. Actually, it's very fascinating.
Oh god.
She pauses and then just goes,
I'll listen. You can speak, but I cannot guarantee I'm going to understand a single word.
"Okay, I got this. It uses elemental energy to make the ship go forward."
Oh, like the airships. Okay.
Yes, like the airship. Well,
So,
kind of.
yeah.
It's actually much more interesting and complex than the airships, but I suppose you could make that conclusion, yes.
I'm an idiot. Leave me alone.
Oh, you're not an idiot. I'm an idiot. And everyone's an idiot, but at different things.
All right. I do dismiss my sword at that point if everything is 100% chill.
Yeah, okay.
It just kind of just flash of light and disappears. Oh,
So I was just, I can't help but wonder, but how the heck did you do that?
what this? And I resummon it.
Yes.
I
That
don't-
can you do?
I don't
She
fucking
she
know.
basically very quickly walks up, like
Oh,
not
God.
towards you, but towards your sword, and then just goes, "Can you do it again?"
I do it again.
And then back.
Okay.
Interesting. Very interesting. What? She kind of starts thinking, and she glances between your sword and your sword, and then she goes, "Hi, sorry, I forgot introductions." She says that. I want to clarify. She says that.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I do dismiss my sword at that point again.
She's distracted. Sorry. Okay. Introductions. I am Miss Woe.
Kendall, and I just shake her hand.
Okay. Do you mind if I do experiments on you?
I very
No,
much
with you,
do.
with you,
Okay.
with you, do experiments with you,
What
and on you, but
kinds?
mostly with you.
I
would mind.
I
Dang
very
it.
much do.
Okay. All right. You said her name was. No, wait. No, I got it. I got it. Right. And
No. Hmm?
Gremlin.
Yes.
No.
No, wait. No. Don't tell. I got. Am I close?
Like barely.
I'm lost.
Kendall. My name's
Kendall.
Kendall. Yes.
Kendall. Kendall. But it's a hard name to remember.
It's It's really
It's a
not.
hard name to remember, Maya.
Thank you.
Oh, Campbell. Okay, all right. Okay, I got something. Okay. All right. Okay, bye. And she just turns around and heads back into her little metal container.
I just stand there for a second, just mouth agape, like, what the fuck just happened? And then just slowly go upstairs. Oh, God.
All right. Tempest. Yeah, as you're headed downstairs to get some food. Yes.
Oh, sorry, I was yawning.
Oh, sorry. As you're headed downstairs to get some food, a certain someone speaks to you. That certain someone being Frick.
Oasu.
Who's
Owasu. Yes, thank you. And Owasu just kind of Owasu's been kind of asking random questions during her journey to the jungle, like semi-related to things that you're hearing and is nearby. And Owasu asks, "Can I don't know how this works.
How it works.
What would happen if someone knew they were dead but weren't dead yet?"
What do you mean? Like if someone knew they were going to die?
Yeah, that would be a way of putting it. Would you technically be dead already?
Mm, some people would argue yes.
So like Dorvik, he's also dead but not dead.
What do you mean Dorvik's dead?
Didn't you? He said that just now, though.
Oh,
Wait,
shit.
you could hear what they were saying?
Yeah, didn't.
I couldn't hear it. I need you to tell me everything.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
Oh.
So when you're feeling those things that are like shaking, that's called hearing, and people talk using that. What else? When you hear like that's water, and it's not going to kill you.
Yes, I meant what did you hear Dorvik and
Kivik.
Kivik saying to each other?
Oh, but you said it's a very small subset of everything. Okay. Right. So
love their loss.
so Dorvik Kivik he was all like, "Dorvik, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be here." And Dorvik was like, "Hey, leave me alone." And then Kivik he was saying, "Hey man, it's that weird thing where you're technically dead but not technically dead." And then Dorvik was just like he said something about like, "Yeah, just let me do what I'm doing." And then Kivik got exfoliate? No,
Exasperated?
Exfoliated sounds right.
that one.
Cat.
And then it sounded like they, I like, it's like, it's hard to, I don't know the words for it. Like,
Complicated?
I kind of lost track of which one who. Basically, it was something like that did these things that don't happen often, and then he wouldn't be done, but he doesn't want them because he's done. And that Oh, right. He said he just wanted. This is the he. Oh, what do you call it? It was.
Sorry,
It
Reese,
was
you're breaking
his.
up. I'm gonna restart Discord real quick.
No, he's
Go
he's
ahead.
breaking up for everyone. I think
Mhm.
breaking up for me too as well.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe you
I'm
should
back.
restart. Reese.
Yeah, Reese.
I'll restart it.
So while
Ah.
he's gone, let's talk shit.
How many artificers does one person need?
Let's not talk shit about Reese, but about Eberron.
It's very bad.
So
I'm so
Eberron
confused.
is just the fucking worst.
Hey.
Just in time.
That was
How
all
was my
Alyssa.
hearing?
Fucking
That was
dunked on,
only her.
Reese.
I don't know. How
Get
is your
fucking
hearing?
dunked on. Is he back? Oh, yeah.
What'd y'all say?
Nothing?
It was only Alyssa.
It's only Alyssa.
Hey now, way to throw me under the bus, lad.
Everyone else. God damn.
Yeah, I didn't say
remember
anything
this.
bad.
I'll remember this.
Okay,
Alyssa will
So-
remember this.
he wants something that will make him not dead, but he also doesn't want it.
No. Kivik wants him to want it, but Dorvik doesn't because he said that it's just. What was it? I'd just be living on borrowed time, or something. And then,
Oh wow.
and that. What did he say? Just let me do this last thing. And then Kivik was all like, "You're being really dumb right now, you know that?" And then Dorvik was all like, "I don't care." And then Kivik, I don't what was it Kivik or Dorvik? I don't remember. There was no I don't.
What was said?
So Dorvik said that this was the only thing that he's ever wanted to do, and Kivik was like, and then they said the same thing back and forth a bunch, like Dorvik kept on saying what he was saying, and then Kivik kept on saying what he was saying, and then eventually Kivik was like, "Fine, I guess I'll take you to Kabara so you can find Slugger from the."
Yeah,
I'm pretty
that
sure it
sounds
wasn't
right.
Snugger from Nugget, but it was something like that. And then Dorvik was like, "Thank you." And then Kivik was something like, "You'll owe me for this." And then Dorvik said something like, "You betcha." And then that was it.
Thank you, Owasu.
What did any of that mean?
I'm not sure. I need to talk to the others to see if they know anything.
Tell him I helped.
I am going to tell them you helped. You're very good at helping.
How?
Well, I couldn't hear what they said, and you helped me know what they said.
Okay. I'm helpful.
You are helpful.
And Owasu fades back.
Okay.
Brom, while you're in the restroom, there's just a quick check in from Ware, who's basically like, "Hey, is there going to be any killing happening like anytime soon?"
No.
Okay. Well, go ahead and let me know when there is, and I'll be happy to help you out.
Okay. I'm satisfied with your service, Where?
He's not Baymax.
Are you sure?
Are you
I mean,
positive?
it's the opposite of Baymax.
The
She's trying to
Baymax
kill
is
everything. She's trying to kill everyone.
Bad Baymax.
So
Evil Baymax.
we can go
when
ahead
Baymax
and
only has that red chip in him.
Yeah.
we can go ahead and zoom out just a little bit. What do you guys generally want to be doing?
I'd actually like to check out the crystal.
Okay, I have.
I don't think
mentioned a
that's
crystal.
that's the room that we can't access.
That's
That's
They
fine.
mentioned
yeah,
a crystal. I would like to check it out.
Can't go in there,
I'd
but
like
you
to attempt to check it out. Sorry.
Who mentioned the crystal? I know I did. I just
literally.
can't
It
remember
was
I don't
the captain.
think. Okay.
The Kivik did mention the crystal.
Okay. Um, you could ask him, or you could
Kivik
try and
himself?
barge into the one room where you know there has to be the crystal.
I'd rather just talk to Kivik at that point.
All right, so we'll go ahead and have you do that. After some time, Kivik comes out of the room, kind of goes around, making sure everything's cool, checking up on the status of the thunder guns.
Hi, horse. Hi, horse.
And then you said you wanted basically you'd want to go ahead and find him and talk to him.
I'd wave him over and just be like, Kivik, right? Captain Kivik of the
Unsparing.
Unsparing, yeah.
And you are
Um,
Brahm?
yeah, yeah. Dorvik told you.
Indeed, he did.
All right, cool. So you mentioned a crystal earlier.
Oh yes, the binding crystal. You
Yes,
want to see it?
is I do, yes.
Sweet, let's go downstairs.
Oh, cool.
I'm just standing at the top of the stairs like, what's going on?
Does anyone else want to come in and take a look at the binding crystal?
Sure, fuck
Fuck
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck
I
it.
mean, if he's just taking people around.
I thought we were gonna hit this on the tour, but I guess it's the tour extended.
Well, yeah, I was going to, but no one wanted to go on the freaking tour, so I guess we're not.
People were going on the
we'll do
tour.
a
Just because
post-tour.
2 people didn't want to go on the tour doesn't mean people didn't want to go on the tour.
He turns, gives you a bit of a look, and just goes,
You had people
Look.
on your tour.
"It's not a fun tour if it's not a full tour," is what I always say. Now,
There are still people there. Take what you can get, man.
he ignoring you, just kind of offers you all to take a walk downstairs. You can tell, you can very much tell he heard you and begins talking over you as you're trying, oh no, quickly, let us all head downstairs.
Oh, fuck him.
So all of you kind of make your way down the stairs, and he kind of knocks on the metal door. And to you, Kendall, a very familiar-looking tiefling woman face kind of pops out and she goes, "Is everything all right? Who are these and why are they here? And why are you at the front of my door? And are they going to come in? Because if so..." And then Kivik just kind of goes, "Yes, yes, yes." And then she kind of gives him a second. Kivik turns to you and just goes, "It seems like she wants to hide some things that she doesn't want being made public knowledge. So go ahead and wait here for a little bit."
Alright.
This thing that we're about to see, this is the power source, yeah?
Kind of. I can explain more once we get in there. I'll be...
Okay. Cool.
Weather's good.
Yeah, weather's great.
I would like to whisper in Primordial to Ro and tell her what Owasi told me.
I don't.
Are we
I
all
guess
standing
I'll-
within feet of each other at this point?
I'd say, obviously we can't really talk about it now, but we all need to have a conversation.
Yeah, and you're all kind of clustered together.
Okay.
Munch, 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 munch.
Gargle, gurgle.
There is very much an awkward... broken by Ro and Tempest kind of whispering to each other in Primordial, and then more silence.
What dialect of primordial?
I'm partial to Orin, but whatever she's in.
I mean, you can be talking in Orin, and she can be talking in Aquan, and you guys can understand each other, because I guess that's how Primordial works.
Okay, I thought primordial you had to be talking in the same style of language, like fire elementals can't talk to earth elementals.
The way I've had it explained to me is be like listening to someone who's Australian but having an American accent is like you can understand, maybe not the slang words, maybe not the lesser used words, but you can understand each other.
Okay.
I think
So you get
because
the
it's
gist
not
of what they're saying.
because it's not 4 languages, it's one language. You could also say that like each language is they're different languages, but being proficient in elemental is being proficient in all 4 of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a little farther along than
Just
like
1 second.
Australian and American English, but like still very very closely related.
All right. I was just wondering if it was sounding more fiery or earthy or airy or
You can
watery.
hear the difference in the tongues, but you can speak one to each other and the other person can talk in the other back. So it's not necessarily mutually exclusive.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Although elementals, it's very possible for them to like speak Aquan and only Aquan. Like they wouldn't understand Terran because they don't like. They would like understand like hi name ooh. Like they wouldn't understand the words that are connected to them because they are fundamentally unable to.
Gotcha.
Okay. So all of you are. Does anyone want to break this awkward silence with anything?
Not really. Just tap my
Nope,
foot
just
a little
listening
bit.
to the whisperings of Tempest and Roe.
I'm just kind of watching. Is Dorvik down here?
Dorvik is not.
Okay, I'm just keeping an eye on Kivik then. Just kind of staring him down a little bit.
In Primordial, I'll ask Tempest, have you seen Dorvik? Do you know if he's okay?
I would reply back in Primordial.
With our
I
super
haven't. Yes, I haven't, or I haven't since he went into the study with Kivik.
At this point,
Can I do an
the
insight check
metal
and see
door
if Kivik seems like he understands us?
swings open. Go ahead. He basically kind of glances over with a bit of interest, but passes over. Essentially, people will talk, I guess. At that moment, the door kind of swings open, and that tiefling woman kind of offers you into the room. And as a lot of you enter, you can see this crystalline structure kind of hanging from the ceiling with metal. It's not like metal tubes, but some type of pipe or basically it looks like metal pipe kind of winding from it to the walls and going up, as well as leading downwards. There are several like very thin metal tubes kind of attached to this. It's a crystal that fits into a medium-sized space. So it's not like hey, it's a crystal. It's like okay, that's a cluster of crystals. They have different parts out down here, and it looks like everything has been very hastily picked up. Like you can see, like there are a few benches for working, and there's like underneath the benches, there's just tools shoved in there. And Dorvik kind of invites you all in, and kind of gestures.
Kivik?
This. What did I say? Dorvik? Sorry. Kivik kind of gestures in, and then this is it's what makes this thing more than just a regular old boat on the seas. This is a very special variation of the Randar elemental frigates. Usable, in fact, this is why they're so special by someone, and he kind of rolls up his sleeve
Oh, God.
with no kind of dragon mark at all.
He has no dragon mark.
He has said that this thing is usable by no dragon mark, and in order to emphasize it, he kind of shows that he has no markings on him.
Oh, okay.
It's technically, he could have one like on his butt cheek, but he's the point of what he's saying is to illustrate that
Okay,
you don't need a dragon mark.
Can I just mention? So people, when they have dragon marks, generally show them off, and so I just have this mental image of like someone from a very proud dragon marked house with a dragon mark on their ass cheek, and so they have like assless chaps to show it off.
That or
I
he's
hate
just
it.
going
I
around.
hate that
That or
visual.
they're just going around people. No, see, I swear, I'm a dragon mark of that healing house.
They just have
Moon.
it stitched into their pants.
Are you gonna keep waving?
All right, so he kind of, yes, well, this one functions on a peculiar principle, which I don't, fully understand myself. But he kind of gestures to the tiefling.
One.
But Miss Woe here keeps it all working in line.
This is neat. No, I was just generally curious where it was and how to get into here because last ship we were on, the power source kind of went completely, and I would rather not have that happen again.
Well, given the nature of this particular power source and the fact that this thing is somewhat harder to shatter or break than your typical Lorandar bite-sized your typical Lorandar bite-sized binding crystal. I think that you should feel perfectly safe, unless, of course, you decide to, kill anyone who gets in your way on the ship, sneak down here, and just go to town on this thing. But hopefully, you won't.
Oh no, but last time I was just a passenger. That
And
kinda
all
blew up our
things
ship.
considered, it's still a ship if this thing goes down.
Yeah.
Oh,
Still functions.
probably.
That is the worst
What
thing I've
kind
ever
of-
heard.
What kind of element?
Why? Why'd you say probably?
Oh, well, depending on how exactly you break this, there might be, just a giant thunderclap that rips the ship in two and or kills everyone within a 5-mile radius. But,
Yeah, that's what my
Why the
major
fuck do you
concern was,
keep
the
this on the
magic
ship?
inside of this. Well, you couldn't keep it not on the ship to make it go, right?
Has anyone ever?
And
Why is it
Ro,
on the
to
ship?
answer your question, this is a, part of an air elemental.
Oh,
Wait, say that
Your
again.
houses are your fucking.
It's an air elemental that we
Elementals.
use to power the various mechanisms of our fair vessel.
That's not what you said.
Hmm?
You said part of an air elemental?
I mean, yes. After all, if you have one part of an air elemental, you have a part of an elemental. If you have two parts of an air elemental, you have two parts of an elemental. If you put them together, you still have an air elemental. So it's technically proper to say that you have several parts of an air elemental in one.
Can I insight check that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a little. Shit.
Fine. Jesus Christ.
Damn.
Okay, Kendall. It seems like very odd verbiage, and you're like, Ro, this actually makes a little more sense to you. In elemental, what he's saying is essentially a pun. If you were to translate that, basically it's a poorly translated phrase from elemental that would be a pun in elemental.
What?
Him saying that if you have a part of an elemental and part of an elemental and you put them together, you basically have a whole elemental, is
A shitty joke.
in elemental would be a terrible pun, but it makes any kind of sense.
And
he
I'm just
also-
going to kind of look at him like dead face.
The both of you also would definitely think that, and Ro, even regardless of the pun nature of his statement, it seems odd. It seems like there's something more going on here than just a bound elemental to both of you.
Kind of look over at Tempest, look back at Kivik.
I kind of look over at Ro.
Do you
like,
know Do you know any other primordial jokes? That one wasn't very good.
It wasn't supposed to. Fine. Look. So what we do, it's pretty simple. So you have an air elemental, right? Like you're the ship, the big old Ring of Fire ship that stopped being a big old Ring of Fire ship. That one.
Okay.
It's still not a joke.
So what wasn't making a joke. Okay, I was making a joke. Look, so what they do is they take the elemental, bind it in a crystal, and then it's like they have it on a tether. They let it go a little bit to go exactly in that little ring they want, but they can't let it go any further, right?
Sure.
And that can generate a fair bit of power and momentum. And the Randar frigates do the same kind of thing with their air elemental. And shows the lightning rail operates in the same kind of pattern. You take an elemental, give it a path to go, you let it out, and then it just goes on that path and nowhere else. And that's good and all. But you can do something more. Essentially, rather than just letting the elemental go on a little track around in circles, the elementals have this consistency to it. They have this sameness to them. And what you can do is if you kind of pull it apart a little bit, they want to get pulled together, like water. If you let water flow into each other, it'll stick together. You can kind of pull it apart, but it'll flow back. And you can put something in the way of that, and it'll generate power. That's what we use to power those thunder guns. You know, it's a
Split an elemental.
break the air and they thunder back together.
What's wrong with you?
I don't think he's the one he's just utilizing the technology.
Do you understand how cruel that is?
Yeah, what the fuck? I just kind of look at all the people working in this room, just disappointed.
How is it's? I don't think you quite understand this. So,
Oh no, I do. It's like ripping a baby animal from its mother to get its mother to walk somewhere. It's not natural. It's not right. You can't rip something in two and then expect it. Oh. I'm surprised that it hasn't broken out and killed all of you.
see, I'm not very good at explaining this. He kind of gestures to the person here to refer to as Miss Woe.
Yeah, now I know why she's called fucking Miss Woe.
I look fucking pissed.
Was me.
And she kind of, okay, so for one, the elemental, I understand your comparison to ripping a baby from their parent to make the parent walk somewhere. I can see why you would think that, but elementals don't have this. They don't have thought processes the way we do.
Oh, they don't.
They don't.
You've
No,
got a lot
no,
of
no, they
experience with
don't.
non-bound elementals, do you?
See,
And then in Primordial, and like really obviously loudly emphasizing the syllables of Primordial to really like get that gravelly rock feeling. I'm gonna look over to Tempest. Can you fucking believe these people?
Tempest is silent.
Just because something
You
does
know,
not
I've
have the
heard that
same
animals-
thoughts as you
I've
does
heard
not
that-
mean it's not wrong.
No, I've heard that animals don't have emotions either. Maybe that's why we should torture them to get them to do things. They can speak. They can communicate. They have feelings. The fire elemental who vacated the ship wanted to be set free. This creature is something that you are torturing.
that's the thing. Yes, if you were to set free an elemental that is being held in a binding crystal, one that has you've taken its entire form and then just held it up like that, then yes, you're trapping this thing, I would say cruelly, which is why I don't like that. That's why we've not done something like that. We also can't do something like that. But how do I put this? When you separate an air elemental in this way, you're not ripping apart to how do I explain it? Let's say this.
Can I do an insight check on her? What I'm looking for is, does she genuinely think that it's right and she's just trying to find the words to explain it, or is she trying to find
An excuse.
an excuse? Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to as well. Good luck, Ro.
Good
God.
Motherfucker.
10 and a 12. Let's
Do you know what
go.
his
She
say-
seems
Because it seems like I've been rolling well all night. Do you know why? It's because my modifiers are fucking insane when I can add my d4s. But I've been rolling like under 10s.
Yeah. As have I, except for that 119.
Fist bump.
it seems like she's having like she is trying to
Changing my
calmly
dice.
explain something that she just thinks you're not getting. Let me give you an example. So let's say that you have, so there's a fire elemental, right? And let's say you just get a little bit of flame from that fire elemental. Is that wrong?
It's
Is
a
it
piece
offering
of
the
it.
flame to you, or are you stealing it? Are you taking a part of it, or are you grabbing what it leaves behind?
So
Are you cutting off the animal's limbs, or are you taking its droppings?
each independent bit of flame that makes up a fire elemental is just a bit of flame. There's no reason to it. There's no thought to it. There's no language to it. All it is fire. And a fire elemental, it is that put together. If you break it up into the air elemental, if you break it up into tiny pieces, yes, they're going to want to flow together, but each little piece of it isn't it's not even that it is like an animal. It is nothing more than a gust of wind. That's what we're doing. That's why we have these kind of gestures to the array of crystals. That's why we have so many different pieces. It's because we need to keep it very, very small and separated.
I can't hear anything from it, can I?
No, there hasn't been any like elemental speaking noises at all.
Can I, in my head, Halo, can you wake up for a moment?
Yes.
Can I touch one of the crystals?
Rachel, I'm just kind of she's kind of looking at you very like.
If she makes
okay.
any moves towards Ro, I will summon my sword.
Alright.
Beat the shit out of her. You said you wanted to fucking research it. Well, here you go.
You reach up and kind of touch a crystal, and presumably with the wrist that Halo's on.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do?
What do you feel?
Shaking? Vibrations? What should I be feeling? Does this need healing?
I think it does, but not in the way that you can.
I would like to summon
So
a
should we
wasp.
kill it?
Shit. Oh God.
God damn it, Reese.
Yes, you wanted to summon a Wasu?
Yes. I'd like to ask Owasu in my head, hey, can you hear a voice that sounds like maybe it's in pain?
Not really. Wait,
I want-
but is pain?
I walk
Okay.
close.
They're describing the sound of the ocean against the hull.
I walk closer to the crystal. And I would tell them that no, that's the sound of the ocean hitting the boat.
Oh, I was wondering about that. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Braun, what are you doing?
I'm just sitting here trying to piece together what because elemental and primordial stuff is not my forte. Um, but in my head, I'm thinking, well, this is kind of akin to using a mule for hauling a cart, or a bull for livestock for tilling fields. It's
Eh,
utilizing them as a tool.
it's utilizing
Do
them
you,
for a
do you say
tool.
that out
We
loud, or
can
are you
we
just
can dis-
thinking
we
that?
can discuss that was your internal thoughts, right?
Yes, that's my
Okay.
internal thoughts.
Okay.
We can
But
you
at the
guys we
same
can
time, it's
have
like
y'all.
owning an ant farm. They all serve one purpose inside of one small container.
We can have yeah. Okay. All right.
But I have no feelings towards this. No
Yeah. So
negative or positive feelings. Just like, well, let's
you're
make the
definitely
ship go. So
Interesting. All right. Okay. Is there anything else anyone would like to do in this room?
I would like to ask Miss Woe.
Yes.
Has anybody ever tried to break in here and destroy the crystal?
No, not usually. They don't get close enough. If anyone tries to move in on us, we, blow them out of the water before they get close enough.
So no one you've ever had on your ship has ever tried to come destroy the crystal or free the elemental in it?
Occasionally people will want to sneak in or take a look or anything like that, which is why we have such a secure system. But no one's ever gone in with the intent, I don't think, to destroy that.
I'd like to insight check her
Go
to see
ahead.
if she's lying.
While she's talking to her, I'm gonna look at the locks on the door and see if they're like trapped in any way.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check. It doesn't seem like she's lying. Do bear in mind that the people they left on the ship are usually like, their business is transporting people who need to be kept safe from place to place. So they're not going to especially like be the kind of folks who would be so inquisitive about their method of travel, or like especially necessarily moral.
Right. After that, I would take off my hood and I would be like, just so you know, I wouldn't be very happy if you took a piece of me. And I walk out.
She's like, no.
While I'm right next to the crystals, I'm going to say quietly in Orin, I'll see what I can do. And then leave.
Kendall, you were saying?
I was checking what kind of traps or locks the door has, and I rolled an 8.
Yes.
Roll
Um,
like shit.
You don't find any traps as you're taking a look. You do see that it's these different locks. They have keys on the other side, 3 different keys it looks like, and they're very much like heavily like battened down to the point where it would probably just be a little easier to like break through the wood next to the locks than to try and like break the lock itself.
Okay.
If it came to that. Although the 3 locks, there are, 3 locks with 3 slightly different locking mechanisms. So you could try and like, make your way through each lock. It would take a bit of time.
Okay.
But all of them are pickable with the tools that you have.
All right. Cool. Good to know.
Is there anything else anyone wants to do, or is everyone gonna head out?
I want to head toward food.
Okay, so you guys head out. Do you want to meet up for a private conversation regarding this stuff?
We can. As I'm leaving, I do give a kind of death stare to everyone in that room.
the 2 people in the room.
Okay.
The 2 people in the room and the captain. But
I
That's
can hear
the
you
2
guys, by the way, I'm
people.
just getting
Oh.
a drink.
I thought there was a
The
dwarf
captain.
lady.
No.
But whatever.
Yeah, it'd be Kivik and Miss Lowe. All right. So I presume you all leave and like do a few other things, like get a bite to eat and hang out on the ship for a bit. Are you all interested in having like a private conversation about any course of action you might want to take?
Yes, but
How many? What's
just
this right
much
here?
like you said, Tempest would be grabbing a bite to eat, and that she would be eating her feelings that she doesn't know how to express with words.
Yeah. I think Kendall would like sit down next to Tempest, but she wouldn't eat. She would just sit there staring at the table.
Am I still really
And
robotic?
No, you're fine
She
now, I
would
think.
she would specifically ask Bless to give her something that's not going to wiggle once it exits her body.
Oh, gross.
She gives you like a
It doesn't wiggle when it exits. It wiggles when it enters.
no. I
I
have
don't know,
one for
but-
that too.
Oh
yeah,
no.
the guy up top said there's some that wiggle after it exits.
Oh no.
God.
He specified
fun,
like
bro.
after it went through your belly, not necessarily after it exited all the way.
It can be assumed.
We're gonna go ahead and move past that and forget that that thing ever happened.
Although,
So-
Bless, if you could teach me how to cook like this, that would be great. You know, I got some people that I could cook for that I don't particularly like.
Please, God,
Well,
no.
okay, there are two different ways you can go about this. You can go about this the boring way and learn how to use kind of gestures to cooking tools, or you could do something interesting.
I'll pull up my 2 alchemist supply kits.
Yes. All right. I'd be more than willing to teach you how to make such marvelous concoctions. Although I don't. Would you want something that doesn't wiggle at all?
Crash course through everything. We're only gonna be on the ship for the rest of today and half of tomorrow. So.
You're dropping off at.
Oh yeah, we're dropping off one person, and we're gonna be on the ship for longer, right? Kendall, Tempest.
Yeah.
I'm not
That's the
100%
plan.
sure.
Yes, basically you're dropping off someone in Valinor, and then you're going to be on the ship for longer to get to Kabara.
Gotcha.
All right. So, Alyssa, are you back?
Nope.
No.
Where
I
is
am.
she?
I can just hear you guys.
Okay.
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 Where are you?
She said
Never
she was
mind.
getting a drink.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to have to stall, aren't I?
No, I'm here. I just figured you didn't want to hear me like walking upstairs, opening doors and shit.
Oh, okay. It seems like you've been walking upstairs and going through doors for a while. Okay.
Leave me
So
alone.
you guys, would you? I presume that you would want to like convene and have a talk about what course of action you would or would not want to take about this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Some more
Do we want to
quiet.
do this in private?
Yes.
yeah.
Perhaps back here? Oh, I'm on the wrong clicker.
I
Back
would
here?
suggest we get our
Depends on
sleeping
what that
quarters
is.
and then investigate them for any sort of just make sure they're not.
Bless,
All
can
right.
we utilize a room real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead and head back there. She gestures to this room back here.
Okay.
It's my storeroom, so there might be just don't step on any barrels. You would be able to squeeze in.
Sit on top of barrels and stuff. And then I'd put my echo right here,
Sweet.
blocking the entrance.
Just kind of waiting there.
Yep.
All right. Converse.
Alright.
Well, first I fill everybody in on what Owasu told me they overheard.
Mhm.
So essentially, yes. Okay.
Yeah. We remember.
Can I real quick while we're all gathered, can I share a couple of druidic phrases that I could potentially, that all of us could potentially drop in conversation? Like a couple simple ones, like I don't trust this guy, or he's lying, or
As you kind of float the idea, Tempest, this sounds an awful lot like thieves' cant. You
Yeah,
could
this
teach
is-
them some thieves' cant phrases.
Quite literally, thieves can't.
And I would.
Isn't
I feel like druidic is a lot less common
Druidic is
than
the
thieves
is
can't, though.
the Druidic is
wouldn't
the
that-
prettier version of thieves' camp.
Yeah, thieves can't.
Yeah.
Considering
No, whenever-
considering where these guys are going, they might know thieves can't. That's the issue.
Yeah, and
You can essentially just come up with. Oh, sorry, Brom, go ahead.
so what I typically do with thieves' cant and druidic, the druidic languages, it's more symbols and signs, and
So
little
thieves' camp
glances and
is
stuff. Like little
specifically
glances, clicks, and stuff like
said
that.
out loud, though.
Yeah, the idea of thieves' cant is basically you can incorporate some of these elements. Just make a particular like make up a nonsense word in thieves' cant that would because the idea is thieves' cant it's not a language but rather a system of like you're talking and you smack your hand against your palm and then you like say the word
Yeah.
way and that means something. So everyone
Yeah,
is
it's
constantly
mannerisms and
saying
stuff like that.
everyone is constantly saying gibberish in thieves' cant. If you know thieves' cant, you can pick up like, oh, that person's speaking gibberish, but someone might be like, hey, my name's Steve, and that would like you'd recognize that as meaning anything. So you could just simply set up a nonsense phrase.
I feel
in
like
thieves'
druidic
cant
and
that you
thieves'
all
cant are
recognize.
two very different things in
And-
that sense.
Yeah, when I see
druidic is
druidic,
yeah.
I see like symbols and signs like twig and twig turned to the opposite way in the forest, letting
Yeah,
you know that the druidic grows this way. Stuff like
But
that.
Generally
thieves-
speaking,
thieves'
yeah,
cant
druidic
is like-
druidic is like a secret language with its own script that's more like a proper language. Thieves' cant is something that you embed in conversation.
Okay.
Although I imagine that there are probably like some things that you could do, as you mentioned, Michael.
Yeah. Like
kind of make signs
like a
faces.
voodoo, or like for a dark grove, like a voodoo doll or voodoo dolls or shrunken heads in the area, letting
I always imagined.
dark druids know that this is a home for them, letting other people know, hey, stay away.
What are you saying,
Well,
Tempest?
either way.
I always imagined thieves' cant is like ASL.
Yeah, I did too.
The problem
the
is that
idea-
it's not obvious. You can do thieves' cant without other people realizing that you're doing it, and you.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can
Cats.
basically that's the idea. So you could set up like a few key phrases that you would be able to recognize in each other that wouldn't be obvious to anyone else. They don't have to mean like things in regular thieves' cant. They could just be private phrases between the four of you that you can share during conversation.
Okay. I have 4 that I want to make sure that we have, and then we can kind of add on to that as you guys see fit. And are we
Okay.
are we going to write down what we're doing now, or are we going to assume that we have this secret?
We can assume that given that you've practiced it a little bit, you all would just know like, oh, okay, if I want to say hamburger, which is one of the 4 key phrases that we need to know, then I just kind of like tap my finger a little bit and then crack my knuckles.
I know, but I'm saying like, how much leeway do we have? How much can
You
we
don't have
do
to-
with in terms of?
You don't have to say that what the signal is, just what the word you're saying is, and like what
Okay, that's what I was
and then while I'm
asking.
talking to this person, I say hamburger and thieves' cant to Brom.
Okay. Because the big things that I want to make sure we have are this person's lying, this person's telling the truth, get ready to fight, and get ready to run. I feel like those are kind of the main, especially getting ready to fight, getting ready to run, because I don't want to take you by surprise again.
I would also suggest.
What words do you want to use for that?
You don't have to go into that much detail. You can just have
Okay.
these nonsense phrases mean these things.
Gotcha. Okay.
I would also suggest having something for like behind you or basically directional signs.
Okay, so directional, that would work, right?
And you could combine them basically to like get ready to run to your left. Or get ready to fight from behind you.
Yeah.
Does that sound good for everyone?
Yeah.
Yep.
Anything else anyone want to add?
So that stuff with Dorvik, what do you want us to do with it? Like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean for us.
I don't know what it's supposed to mean either.
He's been off for the past few
Oh.
days.
Yeah.
It has been. And
I think maybe we should just talk to him. He might just tell us.
That's how I got into the crystal room. I just asked the
You're
captain.
not wrong.
I'm just concerned. Almost as though there was this implication that he's dead, which is
Or dying.
which I feel like is something that he should have been forthcoming about when he asked us all to disclose things that could hinder
He
his
mentioned that he was basically kicked out of his house and on the run, which
Yes.
Weird.
could very easily indicate that.
Well, Ware never picked up on any of those. Anything like that. I'm assuming she can pick up on dragon marks like that elf or like Salone had. Then
Right, but
she
even
would
if
be able
he's
to pick up
not
on something like
actually
that.
even if he's not actually being followed, you can still have that thought in the back of your mind like, oh, I'm basically walking because I'm not ever going to be free of these people.
I
Yeah.
thought it was more
I
of an
understand
internal
the
thing that
feeling.
he was talking about, not an external thing. I thought he was more talking about an internal, he's dying from the inside type thing, not externally. Someone's chasing him, he's gonna
Oh,
die.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I think we should just
And
ask him.
also,
I do. think we should
And
just-
by the way, the impression you get for what Ware can pick up seems to be essentially race and subrace. Like she can tell how people are. If they're like injured or something like that, she probably wouldn't be able to pick that up because it's not about who they are.
Gotcha.
Dragon marks like fundamentally affect the like human minds and like souls feel different than elven ones, and dragon marks are imprinted on your soul.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, let's just go ask Dorvik then. I'm sure we can borrow the captain's quarters
Yeah.
to study.
and what do we want to do about
About what?
what we saw with the crystal?
I mean, unless you want to strike a personal mission on going on the assault of every sky ship and every ship that utilizes these crystals, I suggest you do nothing.
If I could, I would.
I'm just saying, when we get off the ship, we can blow it up.
And kill countless people. I'm not sure how many people are exactly on this ship, but
Usually people get off the ship
5,
to
6, 7 people
for
so far.
supplies and stuff.
It's not.
So
Right.
destroy their livelihood. Okay.
And is it
And
Well, look
They
at
could
what they're
still
doing.
run the ship without that damn thing.
no, if you destroy that,
What
like
if
he
we just?
explained, it go
What if
boom.
we? Can we remove them without destroying them on the premises?
I don't know. Could you?
Did it look like we could, or was it like embedded into the ground?
It was very much integrated into the ship.
Just break apart
Like,
that
I
part
feel
of the
like that's
ship.
gonna have to
They
be
can
something
repair
that
it.
gets destroyed.
They can repair things.
It's not.
Well, I'll leave this up to you three, but I would suggest finding out first if destroying it would in fact blow up the entire ship and everyone in it
No, it would.
before doing so.
It would because if you
Because they
have
did say it
I-
could.
you have an elemental split into that many pieces, the path coming together would absolutely destroy the ship. There's no, I have no doubts about that.
And they did say basically, sorry, I kind of forgot to mention this, but you would know that what's powering the ship is essentially having that elemental split apart and then come together, and then splitting apart and then coming together. Like those little collisions are what powers the movement of the ship at twice the normal speed that the wind can carry you. And these shatter casting stabs. So combining all of these little bits into one large bit, it would be very logical to assume that it would create a very thunderous explosion.
How large would the explosion be?
That would require an Arcana check.
I'm good at those.
And Tempest, I
Yeah.
understand your major concern is that they're enslaving these
18.
creatures, but I don't necessarily think that's the case.
How
Um,
do you figure?
I don't know. My forte isn't in this, but my people have been slaves for a large number of years to the giants. It's not the same.
These are beings that are meant
Have
to
you
be
personally
free.
been a slave?
Probably in one of my lives, yes. I'm currently, right now, a slave to the Raven Queen. So, yes. Everything I do, the Raven Queen basically dictates.
Which is what's happening here.
So
You have
you're
a
saying
creature.
you have zero free will.
No, I have the free will, but everything
They
that
don't.
happens in my life is because of the Raven Queen deems it to happen.
These are creatures that are meant to be free. They're meant to be moving around. It's a creature of air, and it's been split into all of these pieces so that it's not together as it should be. You wonder why the power is so great when it comes together. It's because it's not meant to be apart like it is. I don't agree with keeping any sort of creature trapped in that way. It's not the same as a beast of burden. It's not the same as even what my family does. Keeping an elemental, even trapped in a crystal like on the flying ship that we were on, is insanity to me. But keeping one split apart is unnatural.
Well,
Kendall, you would know that if you were to, given your Arcana check, if you were to take all these different things and then shove them together at once, it would at least blow the ship apart into splinters. It's possible to do it, and it would possibly do more. It would be possible to slowly collide. If you were able to take your time about it, and if you had an idea of what you were doing, you could do it in such a way that would take a long time, but would be ultimately harmless, creating, instead of being thunderous explosions, creating many puffs of wind.
Okay.
and do any of us have the ability to do so?
You would require particular training in, it would either require particular training in elemental binding crystals, or you get fabulously lucky.
And if you
Great.
don't get fabulously lucky, you're at the epicenter.
Yeah.
It would be very easy for a chain reaction to start. Because as soon as you accidentally make something big enough to break one crystal, that's going to break more crystals, kablooing.
Yeah, I'm
How-
not actively going to do anything about that.
Have I
No,
heard
my
of this having been done before?
Give me a history check.
I don't know why I looked at this like I had any sort of crazy for my history checks.
You've heard some of this, of how these elemental things come together, but you've never heard of splitting apart an elemental before. That's something that you've not encountered previously. It's always been trapping an elemental, having them form a relationship with their pilot, and then bada bing, bada boom.
I think that we don't necessarily have to put it together ourselves. I think that we should tell people. I mean, I've never heard of anything like this. It's always forming relationships, forming bonds, and then the elemental doesn't immediately kill you. But this is not
Well,
that.
I'm not going to pretend to know what this is because I don't have any knowledge of elementals or the primordial or anything like that. I'm not actively going to do anything to change that, to destroy it, or to stop the crystal. But if you guys do, I will reluctantly be dragged into the fight. So just let me know before you do it. That way, I can prepare.
I mean, I just said that I don't think it's a good idea to put it all together here, but if we tell people, there's probably of outrage,
I mean,
especially
you could
amongst
probably
the other.
tell the lightning rail people or the people with the marks and stuff.
Well, anyone who isn't on this ship but works with elementals will likely have issue with it, especially since they're in direct competition with this.
Yep.
thing.
I would also like to note that these are people of the nation of Zendrick, and I don't know much about them, but it seems like
No, they're not.
Zendrick isn't actually a nation; it's just a continent. There aren't any countries on Zendrick. These
okay.
people, you could ask around just a little bit, but the ship itself harbors in Lazar.
Gotcha.
A
Okay.
bunch of the people from here are native to Zendrick, or their species is native to Zendrick, but the nationality is separate.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well,
That is there are a lot of races who are native to Zendrick. Well, there's there's the Turtle, and then the other folks are from Kabara. But yeah, it's not actually a Zendrick ship.
yeah. Well, it's your call to do that. Just you will probably make enemies along the way. Revealing that they're utilizing this method.
Making an enemy
So
of
be
these
it.
people is not something that disturbs me. If
Yeah, but-
you're judged by the people you choose to ally yourself with, and I would rather be judged by not allying myself with people who do this.
Oh no, I fully agree, but I'm just giving you the other side of the story. If you do something like that, you may be looked at as an enemy, and they may go after you.
I
Just
respect
Tempest,
giving you
people
the,
after me.
just making
Makes
sure
sense.
that we all know the issue
Tempest,
with
what are
doing
your
something like
thoughts?
that.
Do you have anything you would want to contribute, or do you want to stay quiet?
That let me put it this way. If someone ripped me apart and was using part of me to faster, if someone cut off my hand so their boat could go faster and kept my hand alive solely for that purpose, I would be rather unhappy with it. Now,
But what do you want to do? It's very clear you're unhappy with it, but what do you want to do?
I mean, I think
What is the goal here?
I mean, ideally, I don't know enough about how these crystals work to form a precise plan, but I do have to wonder if an explosion could be set off on a timed or remote schedule with as few people on the ship as possible to that are stuck in the crystal.
What was that eyebrow raise, Reese?
I have no comment.
Incite the DM.
That's not how that works. So, do you guys have any kind of plan of action? Is it going to be?
I don't think right
wait
now
and
that.
tell? Are you? Or
Yeah,
do
I
you
think
want to
right
try
now we're
and-
gonna have to wait until then because
Okay.
I don't think any of us are powerful enough to do a timed
You do-
explosion.
You
I
do
don't think-
have what? At least a week more, not a week,
Yeah.
but like several more days of travel. You could take some time and try and figure something out over time.
The only thing I
Yeah.
can think of is the elves back in Valinor. There's a spell that They cast just basically an innate objects, and after a set condition is met, it goes boom. I.e., glyph of warding.
Mhm.
Sorry, I muted my mic. There's also delayed blast fireball, which none of us can learn.
It would also that spell would not be.
You'd also
Oh,
have to see the
knowledge.
area that you're exploding to.
I mean, I would have to see the area, but then after,
And
after I throw it down, I can. Like,
And no one has the spell, so it's kind of a moot
yes.
point.
Anyways, it doesn't matter.
So I'd say at least we wait and see. Maybe you guys can talk to somebody in Valinor.
Which
Yeah.
we're just
We're-
dropping the guy off, right? We're not like.
Exactly.
Okay.
Unless something goes terribly wrong.
Which hopefully it won't, but who knows? With our luck.
All right. Is
With
there anything else you
Raven
want to discuss
between
with the
my
group?
back.
Well, it's not just your luck; it's mine too.
Is there anything else you guys want to discuss? Or you want to move on?
I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so we can go ahead and move along a little bit. Is there anything you guys in particular want to be doing during this trek?
Two things. Learning the alchemical ways of Bless, and
Uh-huh.
training with Salone and Tars.
All right. Tempest, anything you want to be doing?
Not particularly, though. I know Rohit suggested we talk to Dorvik,
That.
so
I can do it
Um,
if you don't want to.
very good at talking to people. So
I honestly think the only one of us that is particularly good at speaking it would be Kendall. But she seems more
What?
intimidating than persuading.
I'm a bit of both. Well, let me see. No, yeah, you're right.
The way you act seems a little more intimidating than it would be persuading.
Yeah,
I can
The way
I can
Kendall
talk to him.
is.
I will accompany. I'm still persuasive, even though it's not my strong suit.
Mm-hmm. It's not something that Kendall likes to do a lot either.
I'm
Just stand there all broody.
of note,
the tank. What do you expect?
Tempest would be spending a lot of time topside just looking at the water.
Got it. All right. So, Ro and Kendall are going to go chat with Dorvik.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
I'm gonna be there for
as y'all are-
backup. I'm not gonna be talking very much.
As y'all are heading up, you would find Dorvik very hastily making his way across the deck, trying to get below decks, and kind of sees you two approaching and is like, "Hi, downstairs, please."
Okay.
All right.
And he kind of shakily sits at one of these tables in the mess hall, and kind of, "What do you want to say?"
Are you all right?
Yeah, it's just a bit of seasickness.
Let me just go ahead
Yeah.
real quick. Little insight on that.
I clicked it. Why isn't it?
That's
Oh,
fuck no.
natural 20.
Good job. Good job. Mine's still rolling, so I presume it's
First
not
one was
because
a
of yourself.
16.
No,
Yeah,
no.
good job, Kendall, good job,
The
Kendall.
16 was an insight check on the DM earlier, and no one acknowledged
Oh, there you go.
it much earlier.
No, I saw the
Cool.
insight check. I kind of smirked at it, but
Oh wow!
I didn't. It
Laugh
wasn't
at my
even
good
paying
jokes.
attention. So
Wow.
hey, you said to laugh. I laughed.
Fair enough.
Kendall. Okay, actually, first, Ro. He does have some seasickness. You can tell from his Kendall, that's not everything. That's far from everything.
Did you teach us Druidic for he's not telling the full truth?
Nope.
No, he said his,
He's lying, he's telling the truth.
That's what we did.
Wow.
So, what do you get? He's
I say in Druidic, both of them. He's lying and he's telling the truth. I say the
Okay.
truth part first. And just kind of...
Dorvik, we're meant to be
Yes.
traveling together. We're planning on risking our lives to help you accomplish your goal. The least you can do is be truthful. If something's wrong, we can't help if we don't know.
This went longer than I hoped. I have a bit of a condition. And slowly I am dying. But it is preventable, delayable.
You're dying from...
Well, when you've been on as many adventures as I have, you go in quite a few manifest zones, and prolonged exposure to the wrong zone can cause some illnesses. But I'm fine.
Huh?
What are your symptoms? Can we help?
There is a treatment. So, on my many years of exploring, I had many encounters with Kithri manifest zones. It is the churning chaos, and
Who's...
something in
Not me.
something inside of me is wrong and perhaps twisted, and there's a cure. There's another cure. There's certain dragon shards can help stay the progress of it, and I brought along enough, but I did not anticipate our crash and our trek, and I've run out.
Can we... Will there be more in Valinor? Can we stop and buy some?
No, it's fine. I knew that I was living on borrowed time since I began this. And I decided that if I was going to do one thing, it would be to find what I've been searching for my whole life. Brock's Cave. And that's what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to die.
And that's what you and Kivik were arguing about.
He wants me to go back to Sharn. He wants me to take what's left of my fortune and buy what's left of what I can and live out the rest of my days in a weak state, bedridden, stuck.
Can you restart your Discord? Because you're getting really...
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm speaking really quiet. I'll speak
Really?
a little louder.
No, it's just
still
the
choppy
audio.
even without,
Yeah.
even while you're talking loudly. Just restart. Quick talk shit. Oh
Beep
shit.
boop. Okay. Well, what was I? Yes, he wants me to go back to Sharn and live out the rest of my days peacefully, bedridden, unable to run and fight. And I've made enough decisions in my life to know that making the choice that sticks in for the long haul while ignoring the thing that you should do isn't any kind of choice at all.
And are there not dragon shards that can help in Valinor?
There could be, there might be. It would delay us far too much.
But if you can't even, we don't know what we're looking for. We can't get there without you and find it.
I still have reserves I can pull from. I'll be able to go with you until I find the cave.
How fast do you think we're going to be? Okay.
Well, we should be able to find that druidic sect that I've learned about, learn from them, convince them to tell us where it is, and we can either convince them to move us by means of whatever magics they can do, or take a kind of reaches into his pocket and pulls out a little token. I did a favor for someone a long time ago, and I can get us back to the Shadow Marches very quickly. Through teleportation. It will likely worsen my condition, but once we know where the cave is, we can teleport to the nearest city and get there as quick as we can.
And this is what you want?
And that's what I'm going to do. And that's what I've hired you to help me with. And once we get there, and once we do that, whatever material possessions I have left will get signed over to the four of you. The only Sharn was a particularly good place for my condition because it has some naturally occurring Divani dragon shards, but I've learned over my course of adventuring to master my own body, and I'm letting it run free for a bit just now. But when it comes time to, I will be as strong as I've ever been. Trust me. This is what I want. And I'm not going to let anything tear me from this world before I do.
All right. Then I guess there's nothing to talk about.
Real quick. I don't know how well I can stand right now. If you could get me to a bed real quick.
Okay. Okay. And I'll help him up.
He's been he's been promised this cabin down here. So you're able to kind of like help him very shakily make his way there and lie down.
After that, I'm gonna go meet up with the others.
Okay.
Come along, Kendall. We have some
She-
plot points to share.
She just stares at the ground as she walks.
Is there any kind of emotion that we can see?
Not really. There's a lot going through her head right now. A lot of
Alright.
emotions.
I'm gonna check on Egbert. Just kind of.
Egbert seems to be closer to hatching.
Emotional response. Check on Egbert. That's what I can control. That's what I can do. And once I meet up with the others, I'll tell them what I said.
So the cave is not in Kibara. The cave is in the Shadow Marchers.
Yeah, you knew you were going to be. He said that basically his new hot lead is that Varric. Was it Varric? Varak. Varak had followers in the Shadow Marches, and that's where you're going. They'll have the information that he says, they'll have the information that you need to find her cave all the way back in the Shadow Marches. Because you know that she knows the caves in the Shadow Marches, but no one in Shadow Marches knows where it is. This is the new information.
Gotcha. Well then. I guess we just make our way as fast as possible.
Can I check in on our civilian buddies?
Yeah. Who do you want to check in on?
The couple, I guess. Just I'm just making sure that they're okay to have any drawn conversations.
Yeah, bro, you've been training with them, right?
Yes, Brom has.
Yeah. So they would be kind of resting together, tired from the trading session. What kind of thing would you want to ask them?
Make sure that they're okay. That they're prepared for the next step of their journey. And that they're emotionally okay, I guess.
They say that they are.
All right.
All right. Okay. So is there anything else people want to be talking? Like, what else do you guys want to be? Who do you want to be hanging out with during the? Because I know Brom, you're going to be training Tars and Sloane. Anyone want to be hanging out with each other at all?
At
I
some
think-
point
I think
after the
Kendall's
training,
gonna
I'd like to
find,
go to
like-
Bless.
I think Kendall's just gonna find a corner and hang out there.
All right, Tempest.
I don't specifically seek out company. I'm more just like,
I'm imagining Tempest and Kendall like both looking for a corner, and there's one good corner, but now they're both in it, which like neither of them wanted.
Tempest wouldn't go for a corner because she'd very much be like on the side of the ship watching the waves.
Okay.
Until it was time to eat and go to bed.
All right. And Dro?
I'll just be chatting with Halo, making friends with the wildlife, checking on Egbert,
All right. And Brom, anything else?
I would like to be messing around with Bless and learning more about her alchemist stuff.
All right.
Finding out
So
exactly what I can do with alchemists. Like exactly what I can do and the extent I could make it.
all right. Okay, so we'll just go from left to right because that's the order I chose. So Ro, when you're hanging out with Halo, Halo is he's trying to grapple with how exactly his purpose is to heal, but he helped to hurt. And right now he seems to be a little stuck on the whole afterlife thing. You would know that, like, technically what physically happens is souls go to Dora. What happens after that is, like, some people say that's it. Some people, you go to the sovereign hosts. Some people say you go to heaven or hell, depending on how good you did, etc. Essentially, he kind of comes to us like, okay, bro. So if I'm healing people, if people go die and then they get better because of it, but that's not necessarily. Could I be healing people by making sure that the people who would have hurt them die? Pre-healing people. Healing them before they get hurt by helping to heal the people who are hurting the people who would hurt the people that I'm technically healing.
I think a good way to think about it is heal. Do you think of me as a friend? As an ally?
I believe so.
Okay. And what do you think of the others? Brom, Kendall, Tempest, Dorvik.
Allies, perhaps.
I agree. And I want to do what I can to keep them safe. And that doesn't mean that I want to hurt people, but if other people are threatening them, other people are threatening me, then I have to do what I can to keep them safe. And sometimes that means hurting, and sometimes that means healing my friend. And the decisions aren't always going to be easy, but I think that that's a good rule of thumb, is do what I can to help the people that I care about.
But what if the people you care about want to hurt a lot of people? Wouldn't that be bad? Wouldn't you want to heal the people instead of hurting them?
If they wanted to hurt a lot of people for no reason, then I would probably disagree. I would try and stop them. Maybe I wouldn't be allies with them anymore. It's complicated.
So because they want to heal more than they want to hurt, they're your allies.
Right.
And if that were to stop being the case, they would stop being your allies and become hurters. And in order to help heal more than you hurt the hurters to heal the healers.
Yes.
I need to think.
All right. Jeez.
And then Kendall, while you're kind of hiding off in a corner, I broke my rule. Sorry.
You're the worst.
While you're kind of
How
hiding
dare
off
you?
in a
I
corner.
wasn't ready.
No, you weren't.
I'm drawing.
Damn,
4, 2, 3.
actually touched you a little bit.
Oh.
Damp.
Oh, damn.
The amp.
Damp. Damp. Okay.
Damp would say. You don't know what the last two orders are going to be. Damp would say, we should be practicing. Can you pull your sword and maybe some defensive maneuvers real quick? Maybe hear me out real quick. So there's some people on this ship that are looking real suspicious, right? So what if we just
Not
go ahead
really.
and off those folks real quick, and then
No.
what?
No.
No,
No.
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 If you think they might hurt you, you can kill them, and then they're not going to hurt you. That seems the safest option.
That's not how it works. You don't hurt people unless you know they're going to hurt you. Unless you are
What do you
positive.
really think they do? What if it's like 51% chance they might kill you? Then you should probably kill them first.
No. I can defend myself if they attack me.
What if they snuck up on you? What if there's so many ways you can die, and I think about it constantly. Trust me. There could be
trust me, I do too.
There could be thunder. There could be a portal,
Thunder
and demons could
okay.
come out of it and stab you. It could be that everyone on the ship is secretly a shapeshifter, and that as soon as you go to sleep, they're going to kill you. That's why I don't go to sleep.
Okay.
It could be the safest option. I still don't see like is it not safer just to kill everyone?
Let me ask you a question. How likely do you think those other things are to happen?
What do you mean?
For me to get struck by lightning, for a portal with demons to open up and then come kill me. How likely do you think those things are to happen?
That could happen.
I have been alive for infinitely longer than you, and none of those things.
That is mathematically untrue. There is a finite.
Much.
Have you
much,
always been
much.
alive?
No. Okay. It was.
What if you have been?
It was me. What's the word? Exaggerating. I've been alive much longer than you. And none of those things have ever happened to me. I mean, the demons one, but yeah, I mean, that one a little bit. But to be fair, I was in a place where that happens like 95% of the time. It's gonna happen. We're not in that place now, so it's not likely. That's not helping, but my point is, things can happen. That doesn't mean they're going to.
Tell that to my anxiety.
Tell it to my anxiety, Jesus. Damp is me in real life.
So you're saying that, like, essentially, for any given event, you would take the probability of it happening and multiply by the severity of the event, and that's the actual hurt risk of the event. So then you order everything by hurt risk, and then stop that from happening first.
Maybe?
Okay, I'll do that.
I wouldn't know. What I'm saying is, you can't kill everything that are your problems. I can't fucking kill a storm that's about to shoot me with lightning. I just have to deal with things as they come.
But you could be not where the storm's going to shoot you with lightning. You
Sometimes
could
I
prepare
can't.
for it. You should, but for example, if you're carrying a sword, you're like less likely to get stabbed by someone who's walking in front of you because they might accidentally run to the sword first. You can prepare for it by ways other than killing people. Oh
my god.
What's the best way to prepare to not die?
There's a lot of ways.
How you said the whole demon stabbing thing happened to you before, right?
Yeah.
How did you not die?
I had people there to protect me. I could protect myself and them.
Okay.
We worked together. I got injured, but I got healed.
Okay.
Sometimes things aren't about how much you're gonna get hurt, it's about how much people you're gonna save.
But if you wait, I need to think about that a lot.
Yeah, figured.
Okay. You hear a steadily retreating train of, okay.
All right.
Let's see. What's the order we're predicting here? Okay, Brom, you're next.
2, and 3. No, it's
Yeah,
you.
Yeah, no, Brom, you're next. Okay. You're researching with Bless, and I do think that thing you sent me, we can work off of that.
Yeah, because I really don't know what like I know I can make things at half the cost, but I don't know what I can make and what falls under the alchemist supplies that I could make and stuff like that.
It's kind of very vague. Over the course of the journey, Bless would be able to teach you how to make essentially taking and kind of standardizing your knowledge a bit. Like she has a system that she has, and you're more kind of a less like you haven't really. You don't. I presume you don't have like a system for exactly what you make.
No, I know what ingredients I need, and I make what I need out of that.
Right. Okay. So she would be able to kind of help you get your ducks in a row, making wise. Let's see. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So she would be able to teach you miscellaneously about the how to craft certain questionable foods, whose recipes you can try and maybe you could even eat. It probably wouldn't be a good thing, but you always can. She would also try and go about teaching you like essentially the fundamental. Here's how you make a potion of healing kind of deal. Here's how you make like your not a potion of healing, but here's how you make like a an awkward potion. Like here's how you make your standard magical potion that you can then add particular ingredients to in order to suit it to what you need.
Would a potion of healing be out of that category? Because that falls
think
more
that's
into
an
an
herbalism.
herbalism kit.
You can't. Okay, I would say that you can make potions of healing using an herbalism kit, but there's still a potion, so you can also make it with an alchemist's kit. It's going to be you wouldn't be able to like herbalism kit into a potion of healing. You'd like make a potion and then have to specialize it from there. So it's going to be less efficient than an herbalism kit, but you still could.
Gotcha.
Essentially, you would make a potion and then use the same things that the herbalism kit uses to kind of make their own version of the potion from your base potion. So there's an extra
So
step
you're,
that you would
you're
take.
making a base magical salve and including other ingredients in to specify it to what it needs to do. Like
Right.
It's like Minecraft potion crafting.
Yeah. Like sticky
No,
glue
what?
and
Totally not.
like,
Definitely.
like sticky glue and the chemicals needed to combust upon air or when exposed to air to make alchemist fire.
It's
Right.
literally just Minecraft
So like
potion.
it's not like you can take a fish scale and boil it in water and then boom, a potion of swimming. It has to be magical already. Then you add the
Gotcha.
particular ingredients. So she's able to get you to that point over the course of your over the course of your journey to Valinor.
Okay.
It's just Minecraft potion crafting.
Look,
And makeshift weird cooking utensils.
Tempest.
Yes.
What did you say you were going to be doing during this time? Did I ask you? I didn't ask you.
Ocean.
Okay. Say it again.
Looking out at the ocean.
You cut out.
Looking out at the ocean.
Looking out at the ocean. Thank you. Okay. Owasu, while you're kind of looking out at the ocean, would you kind of very calmly just kind of like enter, but not necessarily say anything right away?
Would be like, hey, what's up?
Hi. I was just. So, there are a lot of people around here, and they all are like talking to each other and stuff. And there are splashing noises, and I'm just, there's so much going on all at the same time. Like, how do you try and figure out what you should be listening to or what you shouldn't be listening to, or what you there are so many different things to think about, and I don't know what order to think about them in, and there's just so much.
Owasu has anxiety. Uh, um,
I think all of them do to some degree.
They're just different kinds of anxiety.
well, to listen to, you have to figure out what's most important to you to listen to. Like, if Ro was talking to me, I would listen to her over the sound of the ocean.
So if
But
you're thinking about, okay,
to me and I just want to enjoy the ocean, then I'll listen to the ocean instead of the conversations happening behind me.
so you would just know what matters most to you and then do that one?
Yes.
There's okay. And the Wasp would kind of pause to go think. Around half an hour later, they would return and ask, "Okay, I know what I'm thinking about.
About.
So you and Ro can talk,
Yes.
and you can talk to all the other walking people and stuff. But I can only talk to you. I can hear everyone, but I can only talk to you. Why? And why can't I know that there are others like me? There's one on Rowan, there's one on Brahm, and there's one on Kendall, but I don't. Why can't I talk to them like I can talk to you?
I'm not sure. I think that's how you were made. I know the others can only, like Kendall's only talk to Kendall, and Brahms can only talk to Brahm. I don't know why your creators didn't allow you to talk to others. How to make it so that you can.
I wish I could. Like I'll hear you guys talking and I'll think, I wish I could. I wish I could talk to someone like they can talk to people.
I mean, if you want to talk to someone, you can always ask me to tell them a message for you. The same.
What the fuck is going on?
You're lucky.
But I don't. I know. Who. I don't know anyone who can give you the ability to talk to other people.
Well, I'll just have to send some messages through you, I guess. I have a question for Ro.
Okay, what's your question?
Why does she like the little flappy things and the things that want to eat you so much? I don't get it.
Birds.
I go find Ro. Ro, Owasu has a question for you.
Okay.
Why you like the little flappy things and the things that want to eat you so much?
Do you mean animals?
Specify it's like that person that everyone really hated in the jungle, and I don't know why.
She's smart. They're smart. They're smart.
They're smart.
I grew up with animals being used as tools, and I was lucky enough to be able to learn to see them as something other than that. And so I appreciate them, and it makes me excited when I get to meet new ones and make friends with animals that I've never seen before, individuals that I've never met before. And if that means that I can get a bird to poop on a guy's hat, you know.
Am I a tool? This is the
shit.
Tempest.
I think you were created.
Wait. Oh. Ask Braum.
Ask Brom what?
Am I a tool?
Gotta love that exasperated. As if he really doesn't want to talk to Braum.
Know if you think they're a tool.
Huh?
Owasu wants to know if you think that they're a tool.
Hey, where?
Yeah.
Are you a tool?
I mean, I guess whatever.
I'll reply back to Tempest now. Well, Ware seems to think that she's a tool, so I don't know. They're sentient. They seem to duplicate emotions and a desire for one thing. But I mean, you can replicate that in most living and non-living objects. So I don't know. Do you think Owasu is a tool?
I would tell Owasu that I think created as tools, but that I view them more as a friend.
And I will respond to Tempest again, saying, "Yeah, I think that they were made to be tools, but to be more than tools." So yes and no.
Omasu responds urgently to Tempest with an excited, basically a invigorated voice.
Guys,
Oh God. Mentally preparing.
Last whispers.
I'm scared.
Tempest just middle of conversation, Brahma just and then frantically is thinking in her head to her docent around her neck.
Alright, I'm gonna just drop right back down to doing this stuff. Big old smoke cloud pops up.
We can actually. I was looking at the thing you sent me. I mean, it looks fine enough.
I don't. That's the only thing that I could find that actually gave me stuff that I could do with an alchemist kit. That's not like very
Yeah, the
vague about it.
vaguest crafting rules
Yeah.
in Xanathars.
Thank you, wizards. Throw toolkits in, but don't give us exactly how to use them.
Hey, it wasn't the DM figured out, eh? Oh, hey. Sorry. So would go. Hmm. 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 Okay. I'm gonna think about that. All right. Is there anything else anyone wants to do in particular before you arrive in Valinor?
Just end the conversation awkwardly with just not talking to Tempest again.
Does
How does the
Dab
conversation end?
She's still
I'd be like-
standing there, but I'm just like,
I'd be like, sorry, I'm acting as a messenger for Owasu. Because they wish they could talk to other people.
Can I talk with Dalen?
Yes. He's currently kind of like he's holed up in this cabin up here. What do you want to talk to him about? So you walk up. Yeah.
We're almost at Valinor,
Okay.
and despite the fact that I'm relatively certain that you're hiding something from us, we've managed to get you here. And right. And I think that you should probably thank Kendall.
Why her?
Because she got you out of the ship. And
I'm
she
the one that
saved
saved
your
him.
Oh, right. Sorry. I forgot.
Good job.
life. And
that was very difficult for him to forget. Okay. He wouldn't say that.
she's the reason why you're alive. And while it wouldn't be right to ask you to give something to the group in return for getting you here, a heartfelt thank you is in order, I believe.
Okay.
You owe her a life debt.
I do. All right. He kind of makes his way. Fortunately, he kind of makes his way scouring the ship for Kendall.
I
whom
give
he
him
finds-
guidance.
Whom he eventually
Go free.
finds in her corner. And you kind of like, Kendall, would you be paying? You wouldn't really have your head down at all, would you?
No, she'd just be kind of staring into nothing. She'd
Okay.
just be kind of zoning out.
In which case, believe it or not, Damp would be like, someone's coming. They might try and kill you. No,
Oh, Jesus.
they probably won't try and kill you. So can you summon your sword only a little bit? Because they probably won't try to kill you. Damp just sounds really happy about this.
I'm gonna
A
talk to you
fatherly
more
pull.
about this later. Just give me a minute.
Bit.
No. I stand up and turn to face. What's his face?
He kind of gives you a brief little bow before saying, Kendall, I owe you my life, and I can't express how thankful I am that I'll be given a second chance at living thanks to you. And if you or anyone you know ever makes their way down to the city he's in charge of, that I don't know the name of,
Bravo.
Areolin, if you or anyone you know makes their way down to Areolin, I promise you will be treated as the most honored guests we have. And if there's anything I can do for you, please ask it.
Okay.
And he looked like he really didn't want to say that last bit, but did anyway.
All right. I mean, it was the right thing to do. I didn't expect thanks, but I appreciate it anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and the all of you for getting me through all of that were very helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. I should I go now?
I mean, you can if you want. I don't.
I'll stay. And he kind of stands there.
That's awkward as fuck. You're welcome,
Okay.
Kendall.
How
Always
dare-
here.
I'll go. After around 30 seconds, he's like, "Oh, no, I'll go." And
Not
Kendall,
what he was expecting.
Damp would say, "Wait a second. You were just saying."
You went all robot-y. I can't understand.
Sorry. Damp would say, "Wait a second. You were just saying. Did I not? Did you risk
Robot
your
You're
Reese.
still going
Dang
robot-y.
it.
I can't understand. Talk shit, quick. Talk shit when he's gone.
Eberron is trash.
something bad about Eberron?"
Nah,
I don't know what you're talking about.
nothing happened.
You did. I was joking, but you did.
Talk shit. We talk shit every time you're gone. It's just how it
Yeah,
works.
literally every time.
Literally every time.
Damp would simply say, "Kendall, if I was interpreting the things you said, I couldn't. I'm working on the whole. I'm trying to figure it out. But did you risk your life for someone else?
Oh, there he goes again. He's going.
So bad.
Just
I kind of
Really?
vaguely understand. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's what I do.
Damp kind of pauses, and it feels like he's like sitting down, crossing his arms, just like, we will need to discuss this later. And then leaves.
If you think you can talk me out of risking my life to help people, you are dead wrong.
All right. The ship is kind of pulling up towards Pylas Meridau. That was the worst accent I could imagine. Pylas Meridau. It's been around a day and a half, probably a bit more. And okay, everyone's kind of getting up on deck. People being ordered around, and they're very quickly pulling up to the city. And you can see that there is a group of guards waiting at the end of the pier, as they kind of very slowly come up and dock. Kivik would kind of now my shadowy elf friend Brom here. I'm sure you are quite aware of how security-minded these Valinor are. Could you convince them to let us send someone down the ramp and perhaps extract some kind of fee for their rescue?
No.
You mean you want me to get a fee for dropping this guy off?
Okay. All right. No, I get it. I get it. All right. Just let them know what's up. We'll send the guy out, and then we can make ways.
I mean, I respect that, Kivik, but time and place, bud. Time and place.
All right. No, I just thought maybe.
Sounds kind of like a ransom when you put it like that.
Yeah.
No, it's not a ransom. Trust me, I've done ransoms before. With ransoms, you ask for the money and then deliver the person. This is delivering the person and then asking for money afterwards. Well, okay, it's delivering the person and asking for money at the same time. This is a reward. Trust me. Okay.
How many
Look.
dignitary children do we think that this man has kidnapped?
Look.
Insight check.
Trust me. When you want to stop an army, you kidnap the general's son. That's just how it works. What?
You're not wrong.
Okay, Brom, tell me again how you think that this guy's a stand-up gent who wouldn't do anything wrong.
I never said that he wasn't.
I'm just saying, everything that he's done thus far has
Look.
led me to believe that he's kind of terrible.
It's very
I never
simple.
said he wasn't.
Okay.
You send in someone who is an expert at stealth, who can sneaky in, grab a kid, and then sneaky out.
You are truly a terrible person.
Well, you're the one who got hired by. What did you expect?
We're going to talk about that later, Kivik.
Look,
But-
Dorvik's the guy who kidnapped the general's son. Like, it's not. It's. What did you?
Well, I mean, he's
It
not
was-
wrong on that part. If you want to stop the general from approaching, you kidnap his son. You don't give him back until they leave. He's not
Shouldn't have
wrong.
Had his son in the camp with the null. It was okay.
But at the same time, there's other ways of dealing with it. However, Dalen, I think you're good to go.
they were just like, are we kidnapping kids now? Like, what's going on?
No, but if you have a reward for giving us, just so I can get this Kivik guy from stopping him from talking. If you have any way of repaying us, let us know now. That way we can collect it.
Not here. As soon as I get to Ariolan, I can have some money sent back here. That it will only take a couple weeks.
Kivik, are you good with that?
Kivik's like, nah, just
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Just send the money to Dorvik. I'm sure somehow you'll be able to get it to him.
You can see Kivik just flinch a bit when you say just send the money to Dorvik.
He said no.
I look over at Kivik, kind of raise my eyebrow.
But do we need to do anything in Valinar? We don't have anything we need to get. No supplies. No nothing.
I assume we would need
Nah.
to stock up a little bit, but
Because all of our supplies that were on the ship kind of got destroyed.
Kivik kind of like, if you need to buy anything, it'll be cheaper in Kabara. They just
Okay then.
for us, if you know what I mean.
I mean, you might want to still grab supplies because you're dealing with what 8 or 7 more people now.
Yeah.
The benefit to Bless's cooking is that we're able to, 1, make a lot of food from little material, and 2, store things very efficiently. We'll be good for another few months.
Fair enough.
So Tempest, Kendall, Ro, do you need anything from here?
No.
That might have something. Nothing.
Not
No
really.
supplies. No nothing like that.
Or
All
is
of
that-
our adventuring supplies that Dorvik said he was not to worry about kind of went up in smoke with the ship.
I mean,
Well-
again, all of that we need to be getting in Kabara, not here.
Yeah.
I have all the things I need on me
Then
pretty
just
much
give me
same.
like
in a
20
alternate
minutes.
dimension, but-
Give me like 20 minutes to half an hour. I will be back as soon as possible.
What are you going to run out and grab?
I need to go to the whoever's in charge here.
Okay.
Yeah, the mayor or the head city councilman or elder, whatever. because I have I'm returning the double-bladed scimitar and the veil that I have.
Oh.
Okay. You would be able to essentially showing that you have these two scimitars and basically being able to very briefly demonstrate that, yeah, I can use this would actually open a good few doors to you. And you would be able to, with relative ease, make your way up to the person in charge here, who would kind of greet you in a bit of a staging, basically not in his office, but he kind of comes out to the waiting area to meet you. Kind of walks up and goes,
Hi, to be frank,
I'll
your
give
name
you-
doesn't really matter to me.
I can give you a name. His name is Hems.
Hemmons.
Hems.
Oh, Hems. Gotcha. So
So
long story
Grace.
short, you can talk to Dalen for more information. We just dropped him off. You can talk to him for more information, but I am returning a Valinor elf's double-bladed scimitar and the veil that he carried.
Very well.
I'm not sure what his
Okay.
name is, or I do have a name
Well-
on the veil. There was a name on the veil or some script on the veil, but
He kind of looks at the veil and says, "He will be known as an heir of Aureolus."
Aureolus. That's
The name on the veil.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's this. I'm heading off to Kabara, so I just wanted to stop by and drop this off real fast.
He very kind of gravely takes the scimitar and he takes the veil and he kind of pauses in almost a bit of prayer. Thank you. I'll be sure that this is returned to the heirs. And I do wish you luck. And then he gives you just a bit of a second look and then nods to you.
All right, off to do my prophecy shit. All right, bye.
He just kind of like raises a single elven eyebrow and just gestures.
I'm already
for you
turned
to leave.
around and walking away. Yep.
All right. All right. So that'd be everything everyone needs to do in Pilot's model.
Yep.
All right. So setting sail, it would still be another couple days before you actually arrive in. You're headed towards New Throne in Kabara. Pardon. So we can kind of move quickly through those days. So over the course of those days, pardon, Braun, we know that you are working with Bless to focus in on your abilities for alchemist supplies.
Yep.
Can I go ahead and get an intelligence alchemist tools check?
Okay. I'm just gonna roll investigation because it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And 18.
All right. Okay. So you'd be able to be a relatively quick study. Working through, you got your basic potion down, and she's able to teach you through another two kinds of potion. What potion would you be interested? What kind of potion would you be interested in learning?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't even looking at that. I just saw
Okay.
this and I skimmed through it and I was like, that's cool. This is the best I could come up with on a short notice, but
All right, we can go more in detail of how exactly things would work in a moment. But she would provide you with a recipe for a potion of water breathing.
okay.
And the potion of fulfillment. Not fulfillment. What is it? The potion of saturation.
Potion of saturation and water breathing.
And that's what you would be learning over the course of those days, working with Bless. Tempest, what else? So what else would you be doing over the course of these several days?
I would be first would be making sure I spend a couple times each day like talking to Owasu and asking if they want to talk to anyone else to facilitate those conversations.
Awasa doesn't seem particularly satisfied with the conversations by way of you, and they haven't really asked for any more of those. But they do still ask you about, like, for example, for a couple days, they were really curious about food and drink and, like, that whole thing. And then on the day that you'd be arriving, they would be very, very curious about, like, this whole sun thing and the night and the day and how that, like, works at all.
I would do my best to explain that. And then also on the way there, I would be talking with Dorvik and working on making any forms of and to get us into any places or get us out of trouble in places that there was any chance of us getting into trouble in.
The only thing that he might bring up is that it might be a good idea to get some, just in case, some sheriff papers. Essentially, hey, I've been appointed as a sheriff of Kabara by an authority that has the authority to do such.
So I would make such things.
For example, like the Signers of Thronehold or the 12 or other different organizations. For such papers, can you go ahead and give me a dexterity forgery tools check?
Let's see. That would be 5. Come on. No, you're not. Okay.
Oh, hey! All right, you have a set of very good papers authenticating you as sheriffs of Kabara, as signed for by the 12, which is the ruling organization for the Dragonmark houses. So, good job. Kendall, anything you would be doing during this trip? Are you saying things?
If you are, you're muted.
Sorry. Other than
There we go.
Damp probably getting mad at me, nothing much.
Damp actually hasn't mentioned the whole risking your life for someone yet.
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
He, however, does ask you. So I imagine like Damp would just suddenly lead him with like, okay, so, and you would be like, probably anticipating the conversation of him attempting to berate you for something that you hold very strongly is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
But instead he goes, okay, so I've been thinking about how to make you not die.
All right.
And I still want to have that conversation, but I was thinking the best way to not die is to have other people who haven't died yet be a big fan of you. Like if someone who's like big and strong really likes you being around, then you're going to be around for longer. So here's what I'm thinking. I've been looking around some, and there are some folks who look very impressive and intimidating on this ship. There's a guy with a big old double-bladed sword. There's a real sneaky lady. There's someone who's like really good with plants. Like I'm thinking what you do is you talk to those people some more, and you just Just schmooze the heck out of them.
Plants?
Animals.
What's the difference?
I wouldn't say that. I was joking. Okay.
Yeah?
God.
Eh,
It's a
it
good
makes
plan.
sense.
It's a good plan.
Yeah.
The issue is
Schmooze
the
'em.
plan has already happened and we're already friends.
You cut out.
Schmooze them already?
Literally, I've been traveling with them this entire time.
Well, yeah, but you haven't been schmoozing them. Like,
Okay.
have
He
Okay.
he
okay.
wants you to
consume
effectively
nutrients
commit
together.
fields.
Drink mind-altering substances. Like
No, not
schmooze.
that
Wait a
one.
second.
I'm not gonna take drugs with them. That, except the drugs part, has already happened. Again.
But like, you can schmooze in the corner. The corner's not gonna pick up a sword and fight.
I've been in this corner for a reason.
Why? Are you bad at schmoozing? Don't worry, I'll tell you what to say. I won't be able to hear what they say, so you're gonna have to ahead and repeat that very slightly under your breath. But we can work through this. Trust me. I will protect you in any way I
Look,
can.
okay.
I will schmooze for you. I will block for you. I'll keep a lookout for you. Like, hey, I've got you.
Okay. It's not that I'm bad at it. I'm fine at it. It's that I've been... You know how you go back sometimes and just need time to think?
Mm-hmm.
I can't do that unless I go into a corner and think.
But
So
you've been
this
in
is
a
my thinking corner.
Okay. All right, enough thinking, schmoozing time.
No. Look. I'm already friends with them. We've already risked our lives for each other multiple times. It's fine.
Yeah, but you would risk your life for anyone. Not gonna get into that. We'll have that conversation later. Doesn't seem to mean a whole lot. You didn't need to schmooze that scrawny elf guy.
Yeah, because it's the right thing to do. You save people.
All right. Oh, that's the right thing to do. Okay, moving on. All right.
I'm going to protect people, and if they don't protect me, that's fine. I can protect myself. That's how my life has gone. I'm going to protect the people I can. I'm not going to make that mistake again.
Well, I'm just going to. We'll have that conversation later. But I'm serious on this whole schmoozing thing. After we get off of this boat and you're laying down in camp together, I want to see you conversating. I want to be looking out from this pendant, and I want to see people's faces looking at your faces or just your face. And I want to see them talking. Okay, just your face. Okay, I want to see them talking from their face at your face, and they might even have a smile on their face. No. Wait, no, sorry. They shouldn't be showing any teeth. I've learned that much. Okay. Closed mouth smiles. I want to see lots of closed mouth smiles in our direction, okay?
I cannot emphasize how much that has already happened. Multiple times. I'm surprised you haven't seen it.
Well, okay, maybe. I was more concerned with, preventing these people who are very obviously bearing their fangs at you from devouring you alive.
Okay. All right.
If you insist. Just saying. More schmoozing is not bad schmoozing. I'm just gonna leave you with that.
All right.
And you can feel damn. He doesn't just leave you with that. He's kind of like, oh, I'll leave you with that. I'm not gonna say anything else. Nope, nothing more from good old Derek. No, nothing at all. Just gonna go ahead and leave it. And then eventually he leaves. So, Kendall, do you want to continue to schmooze the corner?
Yes. I do, very much. A very good corner.
She's practicing on the corner first.
You should give the corner a glass of wine.
Jesus Christ. This is the worst.
All right.
I had dinner, flowers, and wine.
And then, Ro, what are you doing during these days?
Is it possible for me to get down to those crystals to witness them coming together?
Yeah, you'd be able to ask Quebec, and he would be able to get Miss Woe to get you in.
Fine. I ask. Actually,
Yeah, what's the
I know where it is, don't I?
Yeah.
Does it seem like there's a certain time of day when they do it regularly?
It's not. You'd have to be there to notice it happening. It's not the kind of thing like the ship shakes. The ship only shook because it was coming up to speed.
Okay.
If you could get down there like right after you left port, you'd be able to see it going on for sure.
Okay. Hanging out down there, does it look like there's a certain time when Miss Woe leaves?
Whenever she leaves, she locks the door behind her.
Right.
Do
But-
you wild shape?
I think you and I both know the answer to that.
All right. What do you wild shape into?
Rat.
When she's walking, where is her eye line?
She's looking out. She doesn't usually. She actually will run into stuff that's near to her because she's always looking like
So
more
she's
towards
not looking
the
at her.
horizon.
She's not looking at her feet.
No, she is.
Okay, so I would probably go a small mouse.
Small mouse. Okay.
Yeah.
So as soon as you, as
Rats
soon
are
as you
fucking
change,
giant, Maya. Have you seen a rat?
Are you?
They're
Yeah.
like that big.
Yeah.
when you
That's a
change shape,
normal
you can-
size.
Rats are on ships.
Gross.
when you change shape, you hear Haley go. Your heartbeat is. Oh wait.
Oh. I'm
Do you-
okay.
Do you require healing?
No, this is just my new form for a little bit.
Right.
I'm a lot closer to the ground though. You can feel a lot more. Is the flower how is the flower wrapped around the body of the mouse? Is it just like the belt like with the otter?
Yes.
Awesome.
It's a very large.
It
belt.
is. The size is variable, so it looks more like a. It kind of looks like a Kind of looks like if you put like a ring around it, like a diamond, like an engagement ring around the back of a rat.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna try and sneak in there.
We'll say that you are successful in sneaking into the room after she leaves and locks the door.
And my goal is to
Watch it get activated.
yeah.
So you're gonna be thoroughly like just watching this thing, waiting.
Yeah. And I mean I've got a couple days to figure out. So like if there's a certain time of day when she leaves,
Okay.
then I'll come in and
All right.
I
So
can always
after-
save one of my wild shapes when she is doing that.
So after a couple days of planning this out and a few failed trials, eventually you do kind of get in there and you are able to very intently watch when you know that it's going to be happening. And if you kind of very very closely look, you can see two little wisps from two of the different crystals, kind of very very slowly like start to move up. And then in a moment, kind of very, very much contrasting how slowly these kind of wisps of air energy are moving up, very quickly snap together, jumping the bridge between the crystals, very quickly snap together, wisp for a moment, and then get pulled back apart.
And is there do I hear them?
You hear, it's not Orin, it is the noise of the wind. It could be interpreted as Orin, but it'd be like, me doing Thieves' Cant right now. It's just gibberish. It's wind noises.
Okay. Does this happen only when she's in the room? Or does it seem to happen automatically?
It seems to happen automatically and periodically.
Okay. Can I try fiddling with the crystal and see if I can get them to just a little, like 2 of the really small crystals?
And you want to fiddle them together?
I want, how did it look based on what I witnessed, like that's something that I would be able to do? Or does it look like that is just something that happens that I just don't have the capability of doing?
In order to fiddle with it, you would have to essentially break off a very small part of the crystal. To move
Okay,
it to the
I'm
location.
not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to leave.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Blowing up the ship does not sound like a good idea, no.
At the
Especially
moment.
in the middle of the fucking ocean.
Yeah. See, I didn't do it. You were scared for a sec, I could tell, but I didn't do it.
I was not. Time to die.
You're like, Kendall's like, if I die, I die. You know?
Yeah. Her entire mindset in a nutshell. Anyways.
Um.
Oh no.
Can we go back to Brom real quick? So Bless is in the process of like she teaches you, oh, here's how the while breathing this and in there, and then she flows very smoothly into teaching you the details of this potion of saturation. And would you? It's not the name of a potion you've heard before. Would you want to inquire about it?
Yeah.
Okay. She kind of pauses and goes, "Oh well, you've already had some of it. It's simply take this potion and take a little bit of it, apply the correct herbages, and voila, some delicious food, or not delicious and very nutritious food, depending on how exactly you mix the potion with the catalyst."
So it does what?
It makes food.
It makes food.
You can either drink it directly as like a protein shake, or you can mix it with some catalysts and make it into the kind of cake that you had at the very beginning.
Gotcha.
Which is just a deconstructed burger.
It's
Okay, that required a very particular application and very skilled application of the catalysts.
Is this that white foamy stuff that was on top?
And the rest of the burger cake. Like it is pretty much calories incarnate.
Nice.
So
That's cool.
Depending on how you use it, you can make a lot of other foods, but it's an extremely finicky touch in order to shape it into the thing that you want. And she's able to start, if you would be interested, start training you a little bit on how that works. But in its natural form, it essentially has you could describe it as a single potion would sustain you for several days, like good berry style. This very small amount of magical sustenance can sustain you for a prolonged period.
Nice. That's cool.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I guess it's time to get my entire party swole. We're all going to be drinking these
Please, for the
protein
love of
drinks.
God, no.
And then Ro, there's another thing I wanted to do with you real quick. Halo would want to talk to you real quick.
Oh, now he wants to talk. Okay.
So, I need to work out some details with you. If
Okay.
the goal is to help the healers to hurt the herders to help the healers, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I need some kind of reckoning, some kind of measurement of how herdy a herdy is. So like, should it be based off of how much hurting they're doing now, or how much unhealing they can do over the course of their life?
I think both.
Take both into account. Okay. And then this feels wrong, but I know I can't just assume that you're going to be doing healing things. Because if you do bad things, then I shouldn't help. But how? This is complicated. How much should I
If you
trust you?
think, if you don't agree with something that I'm doing, then tell me. And I might not always listen, because sometimes I might think that I know better. Sometimes I might, sometimes I won't. But that's part of being an ally, being truthful and keeping each other in check. Because when you have power, it's easy to let it get to your head and do bad things.
Okay.
Out of character. Go ahead, be honest. Tell me if you don't trust me or if I'm doing something wrong, and then I'll pull a Daenerys and fucking execute you.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Great. I'll get working on the algorithm real quick. But I right now, I temporarily give you some trust.
I trust you.
Figuring out who to help and who to hurt and how much and why is really hard.
If you ever have questions, let me know. I can tell you why I trust the people that I trust. And why I don't trust the people that I don't trust.
And okay. I think I'm beginning to understand.
Good.
I wish it were simpler. I wish it could just be I heal everyone, but then they might hurt people, and it's complicated. I hate it.
And that's life. Life is complicated. But that's how you know that you're doing it right. Because when things aren't complicated, you're probably doing something wrong.
All right. So any other last thoughts before you all arrive in Kabara?
Not really.
Oh,
All right. Had plenty of time to mingle and make friends with your docents and each other on this long journey.
as we all spent time in our metaphorical corners.
Schmoozing each other and your docents and the corners.
I'd like to note that I never once went to a corner.
Hey, do you see that kitchen?
It's in a corner.
Did you, rather? It is a corner.
I would have been on the other side of the counter, okay?
Ashley, what the fuck?
That's the stairs.
Oh, okay, I'm not on the page.
I moved you back
Oh, I
so I
was
can
zoomed
show
in
you
way too
exactly
far.
how. See, this is the definition of a corner. And there's even another corner over here.
Gotcha. No, I didn't even see that. I'd have been right here. No corner here.
Inside this corner.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yes. All right.
Ah.
I need to move you guys over to the program map. Okay. So you all would kind of begin to pull into New Throne after passing through the edge of Kabara, heading in. You can see that this city appears to be very much heavily fortified. There are several towers. Basically, it is designed to take an attack from the sea or from the land. Um, and the other notable thing in this city is the fact that there are not only are there many guard towers, many defensive barriers, even like between the docks and the city. There's also a couple, not large, but like towers that look larger than average that bear the emblems of a few different dragon marked houses.
Great.
Which ones?
Yeah.
One for House Thrash, which is the house of Mark of Finding. One for House Drasco, which is the medical. What was the word for it?
Bastards.
Yes, thank you.
Mhm.
And then what was it? And then one for the mark of for House Galanda, which is the mark of hospitality.
Cool.
Got the heartbeat in there.
There
What was
would
House Flask for?
Thrash is the mark of finding.
Okay.
Is that the one
As
that
you all
might be
are-
hunting Row? Or is that which one is that?
No, that is the mark of sentinel.
Okay.
That's Dorvik's
I
house. Mark
get
of
confused.
Finding is Dorvik's house.
I get confused.
Is that the one that's looking for Dorvik?
Okay, so
He was
let me break it
expelled
down a
from
little
the
bit.
house. I don't think he was.
He's
I
an
don't think they're looking
excoriate.
for him.
Yeah, he's an excoriate, which means he no longer has access to their resources and their things. He is not being hunted down. The mark of sentinel is basically your SWAT team. In that, okay, they're like a commercialized SWAT team because they have legal authority, but they really only go places if you pay them. House Thrash both does like prospecting things and also like bounty hunting, which is like that mark of sentinel, but less legal. So they don't actually have the legal authority to get you anywhere, but they'll still do it anyway.
Gotcha.
So all of you are, as you kind of begin to pull in, all of you are kind of up on deck getting ready to leave. And Kivix up there just kind of, well, I'm going to miss having you all of you on the old ship, especially you, Dorvik.
Good job.
Oh, and also, all you freaky people with your freaky jewelry.
You said you're going to the
Asshole.
the Lazar principalities, right?
Yeah. I was planning on bringing the dame and the lady. Sorry,
Okay.
I was planning on bringing that couple with me, seeing if we can get them, set up in a good place.
All right. Cool. I just wanted to be sure. Do you have any weapons to give them?
Besides the scimitars?
Yeah,
Do
because
you want to?
those are mine.
Oh, okay. You're gonna be keeping them. Yeah, we can go ahead and get them a couple daggers.
I'll just leave them with the scimitars.
Do you want a couple daggers? Because
Nah,
I'm okay to be down a couple daggers.
I'm good.
All right.
I'll just leave them with the
Alright.
scimitars. Scimitars, I feel like, we'll be able to protect them better than daggers.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And all right. Kind of begin to pull up to the ports of New Throne.
Of New
I feel
Throne?
like it should be Throne. Yeah, it's New Throne. I may have been saying it New Thorn, but it's New Throne. Here in Kabara. Well, I wish you all best of luck in your expeditions, and Dorvik, I will miss you. And Dorvik basically just gives him a very, it's been good seeing you again. I kind of heads down the gangplank.
Later, Kivik.
Yeah, I follow. That's
Um,
fine.
Does anyone want to say goodbye to Kivik?
Yeah, I will.
I don't want to be on the ship when she says goodbye.
I do. I want to watch this.
Nope, I do not want any part of this. I am off the ship. I said my goodbyes. Bye, Kivik. Bye, everyone. Bye, Sloan. Sloan, remember, you promised me 9 months. You'll get in contact.
What if she gives birth to a preemie? What then?
9 months.
I just
9 months.
say to
Kinda gives
Kivik,
it-
I'm like, you rethink your propulsion methods and leave.
He just kind of like, oh, okay. Sloane kind of she gives you a very affirmative Brom. She gives Brom a very affirmative looking. We will.
And I believe her.
Yes,
Okay.
you've had enough conversations over it. She knows that you would have their best interests at heart. She believes that you would be a good person to contact in that situation. So, Ro, how do you say goodbye?
Can I take him aside so that she's not right there? I mean, or does Sloan leave?
Sloane's away.
Okay, cool.
I'm standing fairly close, but
I don't care if you're there. It's fine.
Okay.
So then I'll say, sure. go ahead.
Damp would say to Kendall real quick. I feel like this is going to end poorly. Ro, go ahead.
if it does, I can kick his ass. We're good.
Schmoozing is the way.
What
Ro,
did
go
you
ahead.
say?
Schmoozing is the way.
No.
I think you know my feeling keeping the elemental.
I do.
And I think that our competition would be very interested to know your method. Especially given that I'm sure that they're not looked upon. That being said, although you can be most assured that they will find out, because I'm going to tell them. First chance I get.
Mhm.
I do understand that you are Dorvik's close friend. And while we can't talk going, we can do what we can to make sure that at the very least he gets to see what he is looking for. And I promise you that we'll try to do.
Well, I wish you the best of luck protecting my friend. And I also wish you Godspeed on your little industrial espionage mission.
I hold out my hand for him to shake.
He kind of, does a very swings his left shoulder back, reaches forward with his right arm, and just kind of like.
Sure. As soon as I take his arm, I
This is why
yeah. As soon as I take his arm, I cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp.
Oh no.
No, wait, no, I can't do that because we're still on the ship, huh? We haven't left the ship.
Yeah.
You
Okay, so
are.
I physically can't do that because it's on the Earth. Okay. In that case, I will just do a real speedy fairy fire. No, yeah, fairy fire because it's on creatures I choose. Real speedy fairy fire on him.
Give me a moment. I actually have stats for him.
Sure, go ahead. I'm not sure how much health he has, so I wasn't gonna do a spike growth, but oh god, I wanted to.
And do bear in mind, most people have a very low CR.
I know, that's why I didn't do it. And then
Thank
I
you.
saw Moonbeam, and I was like, "Ooh, I definitely don't want to do that.
Let's just kill him.
Let's
And
just kill him. It's
Yeah,
fine.
Let's just kill him. That solves the problem, right?"
I mean,
That's how
you
we've gotten
still
all
are
the rest of
casting
our
a very
ships.
visible. You still
Oh,
are
yeah.
casting a very visible spell in
Oh, yeah,
Newthorn,
for sure.
the port of Newthorn.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
that's
All
how
right.
we got
That's
the
the
rest of our
point.
ships. We just killed everyone on there.
We didn't kill the captain of the what's face.
I
He just
mean,
No.
died by
I
happenstance.
What's the DC?
someone attacked him or attacked the assassin, and then he died because we attacked
14.
him. So therefore, we killed him.
Does he
He
die?
fails.
Oh, darn. All right, so then he illuminates with bright light, and I'll kind of pull him a little bit closer. As long as you have that elemental trapped, wherever you go, as long as it takes, there will be a reckoning for it. Pat him on the shoulder. Just let me. And then I leave.
Intimidation.
He kind of pauses and then just says, well, if it's threats we're offering out, it would be a mighty, mighty shame if everyone knew your secret.
Everyone who matters already does. And I leave. Yeah, nice try, bitch.
I give him like
Just
stare
backhand them. Who
daggers-
cares?
Stare
Subtlety's out the
daggers into
window,
him,
you know.
and then follow behind Ro.
As we go, can I give Kendall a high five?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn straight.
Can we do an intimidation check?
I just thought of something truly
I'm a
evil I
plus
could have done, but I already
6.
left.
Oof.
Oh no.
Damn.
That was fun.
You can do the intimidation if you wish.
Yes.
Do I get one too?
Yes.
No, you played out enough intimidation.
Okay. I like that, Kendall. It's good shit. Good shit.
You can see him. He meets your eyes, and then sighs just a little too early. Like he's pretty good at disguising it, but you can tell as he kind of you hear just a bit of shudder in his exhaling.
Hell yeah. All right. Cool.
So you guys head out into New Throne. You're able to there isn't any security that's preventing you from just walking into the city. Dorvix he takes a bit of a lead, but he also he doesn't want. Dorvik would kind of turn to you. All right. So, do you guys? You said you had supplies you still needed to get. Yes.
I mean, we need to get food for the next journey.
Yes. It shouldn't be too long. As if I've got
We
the
don't need
location
much food.
correctly.
Oh, we need a
So
mount.
while you guys were doing whatever you do in the past couple days, I learned how to craft a food type of solution that'll keep you fed for a couple days.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll taste like garbage, and the consistency will be that of sludge because I haven't really practiced much at it, but I've got the recipe. I just need the ingredients.
All right. Okay. We'll need to get you your ingredients for food sludge, which sounds better than normal rations. Am I right?
Yes.
I mean, if you want to think about it that way, sure.
Okay, I guess I'm all right. What else do you all need? So we can get regular rations. We can get some supplies for the food sludge. What else?
I need.
Did we lose our
For
tents?
No, the tents were recoverable. Most of the items that you brought with you in the airship were recoverable.
And we've
Could I
used those
list-
tents since then, so I hope they were recovered.
How long will we be in Newport, Dorvik? Given
I would like to leave today.
today. Oh, that's not enough time for me. Okay, never mind. We're good.
Well, if,
I would,
if
I-
that's the case, then we're gonna need to get normal rations.
Well, I would so I don't like using Ware that much. I don't like activating him or her because she has the potential to break my weapon, just shatter it, and I don't want to shatter my wife's double-bladed scimitar.
I understand.
This weapon means something to me, and to craft it, you can't really craft it if you're not an elf. There's a technique behind it, but at the same time, I'm sure it takes longer than a day to craft.
Could we get it somehow coated?
I don't know. Ware said that she just breaks weapons from time to time.
Can we get you a different weapon?
Not really. My
You-
entire way of fighting centers around this. Out of game, out of play, literally the entire way of fighting centers around this weapon.
Okay, so
the
there's
Great
no
Weapon
way of
Master
getting you.
and
There's no way of getting you another double-bladed scimitar that you only use when you're using Ware.
not from here. It would
They-
have to be gotten Velinar, and it's only crafted by elves for elves.
And if they have a price, the price is 100 gold.
Yep.
Shit.
We do have that adamantine sword, great sword. Could we melt it down and coat it in the next couple hours?
I mean, I'm proficient with smith's tools. I can.
That's
definitely
why I
help.
wanted to enlist your help.
Yes.
We would still need a very powerful forge. It might be we could simply give them the not give them, but sell them the adamantine greatsword in exchange for some type of reforging services for the coating in adamantine.
I mean, that would work. Kendall,
Yeah.
do you have any idea what would be a better idea?
I mean, do what you want. I feel like coating it would be a good option, but I feel like the best bet would just be getting a new weapon. But you do you.
I can't really get a new weapon. Unlike you, I can't use various forms of weapons.
In addition, like the double-bladed scimitar is both a rare weapon and a very personal one.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we can go ahead and get that. Well, if I remember correctly, there's a particularly good smith in here, so we can get that set up quickly. Get some
Well-
food. Yes.
While that's going on, am I able to? This is Liz asking. Am I able to go off and see if I can find those dragon shards that he mentioned? If I can find any of them.
Give me a wait. You want to look at the particular kind of dragon shard you mentioned?
Yeah.
One thing you do recall, those arrows you recovered from the goblin place,
Mm-hmm.
they had dragon shards of the place.
Descriptive.
Dang it. I just need to find the freaking manual of the planes. Here we are. They had Donvi dragon shards at their head as well.
Okay.
But you can take the short time going to be in New Throne 4 to look around for any other Donvi dragon shards.
I would like to do that, please.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check. Brom, you're going to go to the forge to get your thing coated in adamantine.
Yes.
Tempest and Kendall, what would you guys like to do?
I would like to be searching out specifically. I mean, food, but more like something nicer than like standard rations.
Okay. And then Kendall, what would you like to be doing?
I don't really have anything in mind. I have everything I need right now, so just
Alright,
following around whoever wants some company.
Yeah.
All right.
That I just linked all the info of the double-bladed scimitar in chat for everyone to see.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and move through this real quickly. but Brom, you would be able to. I'll say that Kendall would go with you to make sure you're not getting scammed, because it's like taking someone who knows cars with you to go to a mechanic.
Yeah.
Make sure you're not getting scammed out of a bunch of money, and the two of you would be able to successfully negotiate a deal, which is essentially, hey, we give you this adamantine greatsword, and you coat the risky parts of this thing in a bit of adamantine. You're able to get that done within a couple hours, and your double-bladed scimitar would be reforged with adamantine.
Okay, cool.
It isn't an adamantine weapon through and through, but it would have adamantine properties for striking objects.
Okay. So, what does that mean exactly?
If you hit, in this case, it would be if you hit an object that isn't being worn or carried, the hit is automatically a critical hit.
Okay.
It also renders your tool pretty much impervious to damage,
Nice.
which would fix Ware's problem. Tempest, you would be able to find like a nice. Basically, they sell packed lunches.
Okay.
They're a bit more pricey, but you can afford it. Than your standard rations. They're not going to last as long, but if it's going to be the next meal you eat or the next like 2 or 3 meals you eat, they're going to be much nicer, better for morale. Actually, one of the advertised benefits. So would you want to pick a few of those up?
Like to pick up enough for party for the next couple of meals.
Couple of meals? Okay. You can buy them basically up until their shelf life, which would be like 48 hours. And then I thought of a thing, Ro, but you're going to have to remind me what you wanted to do.
I have like 180 gold left, so just give me a price for those.
You have 80 gold?
180.
80.
Oh, Jesus.
Gotcha.
Because I spent like,
Yeah, you just got those 4 potions of healing, didn't you? And some arrow. Or no, yeah, there's just those 4 potions of healing.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. The total charge, I think, for everyone would be for the next couple of days. I think it comes up to around. You're able to get a deal on it, and the total would come to 10 gold.
I'll give her 15.
Oh, okay. And then Ro, what was it you were doing?
Trying to find those dragon shards.
Dragon shard. Right. And you rolled pretty well in your investigation check. Okay. You would be able
Natural
to find
20.
a shop that is selling dragon shards.
That particular kind.
They do have them sorted by kind, and they do have a few left of that kind.
How much are they each?
They are going to be rather expensive. Because they are Sybaris dragon shards. One Sybaris dragon shard would cost, and then it's around, yay big, would be on sale. And this isn't the kind of place where like you walk in and they're set up in front of you. This is like a jewelry store kind of place. It would run you, let me roll for it.
How many hundreds of?
1,000 gold. There's a reason that people search for them.
All right.
And that's on sale.
No, but nothing's ever on sale here because there's always demand. This is one of the very few shops that sells pure dragon shards to the public.
What's the shopkeep doing?
Gonna steal from this poor man.
No.
The Warforged running the shop essentially just is standing there watching you.
Fair enough.
Is there any way that I can haggle the price down?
Do you ask him that, or do you ask me that?
No, ask him that.
For that item?
Hmm. I could tell you what it's
Why?
for, but I don't think you would care.
Tell me what it's for.
I tell him, like, I have a friend who used to adventure and got caught in a few manifests. Very sick. In fact, fuck it. I give him most of the story. Like, not enough that he knows where we're going, not enough that he knows what exactly we're looking for, but I give him, like, this vague thing about how, like, we all came together and he hired us, but we're actually, like, trying to help him do, like, his life goal, and he's gonna probably die before we get there, and so we're trying to, like, figure this out. That's what I tell him. Of course, I understand that means very little to you, but
Do you know what form he administers this as?
what, he didn't tell me that, did he?
He did not.
I don't. Would that make a difference to you?
Could you go and find him and inquire?
Yeah.
Please do.
I do so.
You run across the city trying to find Dorvik, who's in the market, like getting materials for bronze potions and
I'm
getting
pretty
some
certain
standard
that
rations.
Rose just, like, sprinting around the entire fucking city, like, Dorvik!
Don't draw attention to me. What seems to be the issue?
How do you administer the dragon shards?
You crush them into a fine powder and then, well, inhale.
So it's cocaine.
It's not the dragon swords.
I realize that it's similar. It's the
I
most
run
efficient
back.
way
I
to
run
get it
back.
distributed.
I run back.
Why
I
are
turn,
you?
I leave.
Why did you even
I leave.
ask?
Burst through the door.
The Warforged is just yes.
He has some.
You can see him like thinking, and then he kind of
Yeah.
takes the last Sibris dragon shard from the display, and then you hear crunch, crunch, crunch. Forward. And then he hands you a bag.
Okay. I slide over 126 gold, which is all I have. Because that's
Warforged
all I
kind of looks at you.
have.
Why do you think I started this store?
Because it's a lucrative business.
It can be. But if I was in the lucrative businesses, I would not be selling dragon shards to the public. Some people want to use them for personal use. Some people need them for very particular diseases.
He's
It
a good
is-
person.
I was created to end lives, and now I wish to improve them. He kind of reaches over, he takes 5 gold, and he pushes the rest over towards you.
He's a very good person.
Oh my god.
Do you
You
wish to make
give
another
me-
purchase?
You give me one damn second, Reese.
Hmm?
All I have in my fucking inventory for this man.
he inquires, do you wish to make another purchase?
No, but I have something for him. And I give him the wand of produce flame.
Kind of looks at it and kind of,
And then I give him the orb of shielding.
What does that do?
Minus 1d4 damage on poison and acid, but I have to use it as my focus.
what?
It's
Wait,
bad.
yeah, and you also choose your reaction to use it.
Yep, it's pretty terrible. That's why
That's
I've never used it. That's
god-awful.
why you've
Okay.
never used it. You have one too.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot.
It's good
I
for
know, 'cause
level
it's
1, 2, and 3
useless.
adventurers.
It's good for
They're
nothing.
common magical items, okay? You can't ask too much from them.
It's true.
Unless,
we very
unless
much
they're that
can.
one Mechanist amulet that just like makes you roll a 10 on a hit, because that's freaking broken.
Once per day.
Once per day. It's not too
It
broken.
kind of takes the. What item do you wish to purchase with these?
Nothing. They're gifts. And she kind of pauses for a second, and she kind of like glances over at the door. Is there anyone else nearby?
There are a few people walking outside, but not many.
How visible is the inside of the shop from the outside?
Not very.
Okay. She's gonna kind of move up a little bit. She's gonna lift up her incubation bag. Do you want to see something?
Perhaps.
She's gonna like kind of open it up a little, and then show him the egg.
She kind of very gently reaches out towards the egg and just kind of touches it a little bit. He looks confused.
Good. Good.
Is it supposed to shake
Mm-hmm.
violently?
Wait, what? How violent are a dog in here?
It has ceased.
Oh, okay.
It has.
He kind of
I cover
puts it away.
Egbert back, put it back.
And then he kind of, oh my god, nothing. He kind of looks back towards you and goes, "You have purchased my gratitude.
Aw.
Now, you may leave, please."
Please get out of my
Thank-
store.
Thank you. And I turn. And I run back.
All right.
I would,
So everyone, yes.
I would like to refill or spend the gold it would take to refill the alchemist's supplies.
Okay. You wouldn't actually. Okay. Dorvik got you the ingredients that you need to make the saturation potion.
Yeah, I'm just
And
looking
was
for
in the
just
rations?
I'm just looking to refill the loss of vials, the loss of certain ingredients that I've used and stuff. Just the general supplies.
All right. Okay. They probably take around like 5 gold for every little thing.
Okay, that's fine by me.
Okay.
Equipment.
And then looking at the arrowheads, how similar to the other dragon shards do they look?
They look like the dragon shard you saw on display if it were just tapered down a little bit with kind of something grasping it to hold it as the arrowhead.
Can I crush those too and then put them in the bag?
It requires a large amount of strength to try and crush a dragon shard.
I will not do that. I will keep those in the bag of holding, and instead I'll find Dorvik.
Okay.
You're trying to eat.
Is there anything
Just
else
run up
anyone
to him
else
and
wants
say,
to
"How's
do?
this?"
No, I'm all set.
No.
All right.
Yeah, not particularly.
Okay. So y'all would kind of
Hey,
meet up at the gate, headed out.
Yeah.
And then Dover kind of like, all right, we have all the equipment we need. Everyone's ready to go. You've got your scimitar set up. You have. Bro, where have you been?
I hand him the little bag.
Where did you?
I bought them
For how much?
for 5 gold and an orb of shielding and a wand of produce flame.
Technically, they cost 5 gold. With that stuff, you bought his gratitude. So just saying. What?
There was a business owner had heard your story a few times, and he was very generous. We also have the arrowheads. I just don't think I'm strong enough to do anything with those.
We should keep those intact. We don't know what kind of things we might be fighting. They might
To
come
be
in
fair,
handy.
those would be more useful against something specific that we don't know what it is, so.
In any event, I thank you.
Of God.
Oh God.
Very well. I suppose we should be heading out. So let's see. Ro went and got. Thank you. Rom and Kendall have that. Tempest, what did you get?
Free wine.
Sorry. That's
Food that's better than
very good.
rations.
That was really nice of you.
And
My thing.
hopefully won't make us sick.
Ideally. All right. So you all set out into the jungles of Kabara. It is, again, a somewhat difficult trek. It reminds you of going through those forests. It's not, like, identical, but similar. And it does take you a few days to get where Dorvik had been planning on you going. And he is following this it's a very, like, basically pieced together looking map of, like, possible flight paths and, like, intersecting ruin routes, and basically has a one big dot in it that you are slowly making your way to. These jungles aren't as bad as the jungles of Drome were. You don't have to keep an eye out for goblins or were-tigers. Just for, roving bands of marauding lizard folk and possibly some pirates or slavers. So it's pretty
great.
much exactly the same. Now
Yeah,
that you think
pretty
about it.
much.
Oh, and don't forget the dinosaurs. You also
Oh
have to
my
watch
God.
for the
So
dinosaurs.
it's worse. So it's worse.
And you do occasionally hear some very heavy footprints from afar, which you take significant detours to avoid.
Good.
It's pretty bad. You have woken up on one occasion to you have had to, when those who have been keeping watch have had to occasionally frighten away some raptors that have been getting a bit too curious
God.
for their own good.
Great. Wonderful.
But after several days of hard jungling, the first few of which were made much better by the addition of Tempest's lunches,
Finally, some good
eventually-
fucking food.
and Dorvik, over the next few days, begins taking some medicine again, and he appears to get a bit better. He in fact is like, he's more awake, he's more alive, he's spending far less time meditating and more time, like, actually, being excited for this, his life's journey. You all make it almost to the place where you've been going this whole time. Let's get everyone on the table here.
I'm assuming rough terrain.
It is pretty rough terrain, yes.
Gotcha.
But you all would eventually, if I can fit the squares.
I'm about to be right back.
Okay. There. Cutting through the jungle, you would see when you get to around here-ish in your jungle treks, yeah, see, with here-ish in your jungle treks, you would eventually see Dorvik basically tracking your progress, being like, all right, I think we have arrived. And then you would hear, oh wait, I gotta wait for Kendall, sorry.
And this is where the druids that we were looking for are, right?
Gosh.
That's right, yeah, this,
That's
we
what
should be
we were
finding
looking for on our way here.
some kind of druidic cove nearby. Although I'm,
Up to rope.
and I'm thinking that we will. I wanted to do this time, but I think I'll. No, we got time. We got time. Okay.
Please, for the love
We
of
have
God,
time.
I want to go to sleep.
No, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Sorry,
Next
we'll do
week.
it next week. We'll come back and you'll find exactly what kind of hidden druidic grove you've been searching for this entire time.
Yay.
Phone call with my husband tonight. So
Wait. Hold on,
All
real
right.
quick. Puppy.
The puppy.
Sweet.
Das puppy.
Okay.
Das puppy. Look at puppy.
All right.
She hates me.
I would like to announce for everyone that I would request that you all prepare to level up mid-session next week.
Okay, cool.
cool.
She hates it.
Because I had planned on you guys getting a little bit farther this week, but I'm glad with where things ended.
Coolio.
All right.
Alrighty.
Fantastic. Yeah, I definitely didn't have time for what I wanted to do this week. Whoops.
It's
Okay.
fine.
Thanks for watching, people.
Yeah.
And I
Bye.
hope all of y'all enjoyed yourselves.
Have a good night and a good weekend. Bye.
Bye.